In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Were we? No, some people are arguing. Some people are saying we were 3-0 yesterday. I think we were 2-0. But I'll take 3-0. I don't know what the third victory was. Good morning, everybody. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt, the winner of, as Sean from Potentially Criminal called it, tart jousting. The tart jousting champion of the world. I didn't want to win by forfeit, though. I didn't want to win by bitch-made forfeit. But I knew I had agreed to spar with a shitty ham and egger indie pro wrestling wannabe who is all holler and no bite. McBuster says, what about the phone, though? Tainted victory. Yeah, like usually we have no problem streaming out of there. And we had some issues last night. After I watched, I didn't know we had issues while we were doing it. But it still would have worked out fine. It still would have been apparently in the room that the ring is in. I don't know if it's the concrete because it looks like a bunker in the ring. I don't know what it is, but you take that right outside the room where the ring's in. You can film in there, stream from there, no problem. That was it, man. I just went, you know what? If this fat idiot wants to keep running his mouth, let's shut it for him. And I think he's like 5'1". So like it would have been a massacre. Even if, McBuster says the phone that was ringing. I can't answer that phone. I have a key. I can go work out when I want to. I can't answer the phone or do office shit. That's not something I'm allowed to do. Whoever was in charge of your phone while live streaming, fire them. Yeah, the phone was Ian is who it was. That's who it came up on as, because then he called my phone. So it was Ian somebody who was calling. But, oh my goodness, if you weren't here last night. So if you were here yesterday morning, you know that Ethan Ralph cowered from a Steel Toe fan. A Steel Toe fan came up to him and said, this is the funniest part, that fat retard. He goes, are you Ralph? And he goes, I don't know, Ethan Ralph. Are you Imholt? I don't know Aaron Imholt. I didn't say Aaron. If you don't know him, you wouldn't. Are you Ralph? Would have been better if he would have said, did you used to be Ralph? But he was, it's an embarrassing day. But I will say this. I didn't know much about Ethan and his character and his makeup before this. Everyone says he's a piece of shit and he's human garbage and all this stuff. I didn't realize how low on shame this man is. You know? I didn't realize how this man is impervious to embarrassment. Because he had 2 to 3 situations yesterday where the average person would just hide. They would just not talk to anybody. And it would be the smart move. Nobody would blame them for running and hiding. This man won't even run and hide from the fact that he ran and hid. It's remarkable. I've never seen it before. And now, what were the copes he used? So he lied about showing up. He lied. Then he lied. He said, "Oh, he gave me the wrong address." And I'm like, "Well, this is simple to look up. Let me look it up." Punch in the address. Nope. Downtown Gym and Fitness. It's the gym. And then he said, "Oh, I'm in Wisconsin. I was never coming." And then he goes, "Well, there was no contract and there was no referee." It doesn't have to be a contract, dipshit. It's sparring. I have a USA Boxing membership, licensed as a coach. I'm allowed to bring you in as my student and spar with you. You're good. I'm covered. We could have done this. Plus, if you think I was going to go full on against Ethan Ralph, I mean, that would almost be disrespectful to the sport of boxing. I mean, I probably could have put my right hand away and been able to control Ethan Ralph. I mean, he's an embarrassment. He's out of shape badly. He's short. He's old. He looks decrepit. He's remarkably stupid. I mean, this would not have been a difficult task. Now, tonight, we have boxing class. We have sparring tonight. I got to go through and do about 12 or 15 rounds of sparring with the different people who come to boxing night. If Ethan wanted to show up then and talk to the gym owner and get set. See, now it would be more difficult for him. He would have to talk to, it's out of my hands now. He'd have to talk to Scott, pay, get in. Scott would probably make him get licensed, so he'd have to pay the $90 to do that. I don't know if he's got $90 in his pocket right now. So he would have to come in and do that and wait his turn. And that might be better for him because then I'd go through 12, 13, 14, 15 rounds of sparring, all with guys, by the way, who are relatively, in different experience levels of boxing, all of whom, by the way, could kick the shit out of him. Everybody in that gym tonight would be able to beat the shit out of Ethan Ralph. So he can show up. He can do that. I'll be there. Sparring starts at 7. I'll be there. He can if he wants, but I got shit to do, sir, and you already lost. I already beat you. And I was upset because, it's only a 15-minute drive for me, but I got wrapped up, got the gloves ready, got my headgear on, got all wrapped and strapped, and then, and it was funny because when we got there, we all of us said, we went, he ain't coming. He's going to be a bitch. A bish. And he's not going to show up. And I thought maybe if I said he's not going to show up enough, somehow the universe would manifest Ethan Ralph in front of me and I could slap him around a bit. But he's bitch made. And then Ricada trying to get his boy fucking hurt. Ricada gassing him up and saying, "Oh, no, unless you pull a muscle, he couldn't hurt you." This motherfucker's wife was dedicated to coming to watch me box every Thursday. Everybody very impressed. To the point where Nick, in a coke-addled stupor, wrote this long fucking treatise about how my nickname is the pugilist and I have this ability to destroy and teach and all this gay shit that was embarrassing to listen to. And then he goes, "No, the only way you could hurt someone is if they pulled a muscle." Hop in. Hop in. I saw you last night. You had plenty of frantic JoJo the Circus Boy energy. We'll play some of that. You could have jumped in for your boy. Went in trying to get your boy hurt. What kind of fucking chicken shit are you? Then again, I mean, we're talking about a guy who had an ounce of coke in his house and his kid tested positive for cocaine. So it's not like we're talking Mr. Morality or decency here. We're talking about a guy who regularly shames his wife on a regular basis by parading his polycule around. We're not exactly talking Mr. Decency. So I guess setting Ralph up to get his ass kicked would be, actually pretty tame for Nick Ricada. But it was a win. We got a win. It wasn't the win I wanted. It wasn't the way I wanted to get it. I was ready to go, but we got the win. Yeah, Scott Jonesy says, "Oh, fuck, that was the bathroom thing Nick did for the 4 of you. Jesus, I forgot about that." Yeah, he called himself Chaos. April was the Valkyrie. I was the pugilist. So fucking gay. Oh, my God. And then, yeah, Ethan Ralph keeps going, I need some money to go and box. You're not good enough to get paid to do this, motherfucker. You're good enough for me to teach you and humble you, which you know would have happened. By the way, it was going to be a body shot, and it probably would have actually been a right hand to the body, not a left. Probably about a minute 30, a minute 20 in. That's probably about what we were looking at. So, I mean, when it comes to Ethan Ralph, he had a chance last night. You know, it would have been less embarrassing for him if he would have just shown up, gotten his ass kicked, and move on. Like that, he probably would have got more credit. There's more credit in taking your ass whooping like a man than there is in literally running away. Running away. Imagine that. That Scott Jonesy says there's a solid chance Ethan Ralph would have done you last night, Aaron. I don't think he showered in 3 days. Chemical attack, bish. I don't think he would have got close enough. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, dude only brought the clothes on his back. He doesn't have shorts. You're going to have to take this pillhead to the mall, too. Maybe buy him a Silverado while you're at it. He's fitting in just fine. April's missing orgasm says, what's a boxing gym? I don't know a boxing gym. Ethan Ralph. He's not the smartest guy. He live streamed himself driving around drunk after court. Did he really? Yikes. Somebody says, how do you think this guy was going to fight when he couldn't even admit to it was him to that listener yesterday? Yeah, like he couldn't even, like that guy came up to him. He couldn't even admit it was him because he was worried it was either a process server who was there to hand him charges. He was worried it was somebody coming to hit him or fuck with him. So he couldn't even, imagine you're in public and you can't even acknowledge your own name. Ooh. Yikes. So look, it was great. It was a victory. Ethan had his shot. He no-showed like a bitch. Saved himself a couple of marks this morning. But in exchange for that, he looked like a mark. So, funeral director with $2 starting it off this morning. Nah. Canoe is a dude. Okay, there we go. Now he started it off. Benjamin Leviathan with $1.99 says flawless victory. Melody Crack Rocks with $10 says Aaron Ralph wants to call in right now to discuss setting up a fight for tomorrow. I got the kids tomorrow. I got today, but he's going to have to get to the gym. He's going to have to come at 7:00 tonight while we're sparring. And now he's got to set it up with people. He had a chance. He had me free and clear yesterday. And let's not pretend we don't know what this is. This is him being a chicken shit, being a coward, and him trying to redeem himself for yesterday. I'm not sitting around waiting for Ethan Ralph anymore. I've beat him once. If he wants to show up and get in line to get his fucking head caved in. Tonight at 7 p.m., if he can get in for that sparring, if the class isn't full, there will be plenty of people there. So I can fucking get after it. We can dust him in 30 seconds because there will be people there to step in and stop it. Bigot on Socialist Media says if you live stream in the area, you talk shit, a guy you should at least shit talk a guy, you should at least pretend you're not a pussy. Exactly. Oh, dude, you put on the headgear still though? I mean, I was ready to go. He stepped in. We were going to get him all his stuff, all his equipment. We had all the gear he needed. No shows. The last thing you do is no show. I mean, you show up, you get your ass kicked, you pay for your talk. That's it. All right, guys. So moving on from Fatso and that whole thing. Look, man, I ain't complaining. We look great in this whole thing. The only thing I don't look good for is fucking even acknowledging this fat retard dipshit in the first place. But I had to prove a point, and that was the point I made on Keno Casino last night. He ain't coming. He ain't showing up. He wasn't anywhere near that place. All right, guys, thank you very much. Let's get going. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about today. 320 is your number. Thank you guys for kicking it off right. I appreciate that. It's last goal of the week. Tomorrow we've got Rumble Friday. That'll be a lot of fun. A lot of things we can talk about there. It seems like a lot to just jump 15. Oh, God, it's early in the morning for MN Public Records and stream clips and all of that. Jesus. Do we want to go to that stuff right away? I will say this, the court thing was pretty bad. It was just kind of nothing. I don't really think that I don't really think anything got settled. So basically what happened was, everyone was going Omnibussin yesterday. And the problem with the Omnibussin was, first you had Kayla gets a lawyer. So Kayla gets that gets put off for another month or two or whatever. Then Nick files all of his motions a couple days beforehand, which I guess looking back now is kind of a chicken shit move. But he files it a couple days beforehand. So the county and the state are like, well, we're not just going to come in here and wing it. We got to have time to look at this stuff and respond to it. So they've got until, next week sometime, 26th, 28th, something like that, to respond to all this stuff in writing. Then Nick's people have 5 days after that to respond to that. So I believe how it goes is the state has until the end of the month and Nick has 5 days. So September 5th is going to be when they kind of decide on all this stuff. I think the only thing that was settled yesterday was that if they want to use the April confession on the body cam or on the tape, if they want to use that, she has to testify. And, the smart thing for her to do would be to testify. She already ratted everybody out. She already dropped the dime on everybody. She's protected by a technicality. But she's charged with a 5th-degree felony. And if she's charged with a 5th-degree felony, I'm guessing that all goes away if she takes the stand and just confirms that what she said in that confession is true. And then, his people can cross-examine her, and then all of it's legit. All of it can be fine. Will she do that? I don't know. We'll see if she gets some fucking smarts knocked into her between now and whenever that trial might be. I can say this. It even looks, it's just more of the same look of Nick will just kind of use people as pawns to get where he needs to be. There is no sense of protecting anyone he quote unquote cares about in any of this. It is 100% the Nick show. And fragile minds, I guess, fall for cult-like behavior. And if you're a fragile mind, you can't see that stuff. You see your abuser as your protector. What can you do? It's unfortunate, but some people are just made that way. So basically, Omnibussin gave us nothing. Candy Ojai County and the state will reply to everything. Nick's people will reply to it. And then the judge will go, all right, full speed ahead. On we go. That search warrant was rock solid. That's not going to get thrown out. It's a common Hail Mary that people throw up there. It's a common thing that people just, they chuck it up and just see if a miracle will happen. Maybe there's a plea after that. Maybe there's not. I don't know. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says Aaron's haters somehow acting like this is an L for the toe are really showing how divorced from reality they are. Kind of sad. Well, you can't admit that I looked good in all this because then where's your existence? I hope Nick fights this and goes QAnon for our amusement in order to drag this out for months. Imagine the material, says McBuster. I read the MN Public Records thing last night, and we'll talk about that today. He just doesn't have the ability. He just doesn't have that part of his brain to, sacrifice on behalf of others. He doesn't. I mean, he's the beginning and the end of his own universe. And he convinces the weak-minded that it's in their best interest to go along with him. I just saw too much bullshit. I saw too much bullshit to be around that guy. I mean, he is a raging wildfire of bullshit. And there's no charm to it. I don't really know where the cult leader... Well, I guess he's only been able to trick 2 people into it. Everyone else have left his side. So there's that. But boy, I tell you, you sure do have to keep that April happy. Oh boy, does she have the goods. April ratted, April snitched. Now it's like, I'll pay for your truck. I'll give you a place to live. I'll keep you around. Sure. Oh, the cops, they're bad. Oh, your parents, any friends who tell you this? Oh, they're bad. They don't really know what's good for you. I do. I'll bring all my booze over to your house. Really expensive booze. What do you think about that? Oof. Yikes. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, Aaron, how did Ethan Ralph get to where he's at? Because he's been around for a long while. I don't know. I don't know how he specifically got as bad as he is, and I don't know how people in general get that bad. You'd think you'd pull the nose of the plane up, but I don't know. Anonymous says, Nick is coping so badly about his Coke stream, saying the cop watched someone else's stream. The link to my stream is private. The cop could have watched it on Odyssey. Well, the cop said that he got a video that was taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble channel. That's true. If he watched the video of Cog, for example, that Cog reposted, that was from Nick's Rumble and YouTube channel. It was reposted. The basic lack of reading comprehension from this guy who allegedly went to, I mean, forget law school. Did he go to grade school? Wasn't he an English major? It's fucking reading. It's left to right. It's top to bottom. It's the police officer saw something from a video taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble. Even the clip that I watched was taken from Nick's YouTube and Rumble. That's where the person who made the clip got it from. It's remarkable to me. September 5th, it seemed like last night I was watching Sean's stream and then he turned on Nick for a little bit. And it did seem like Nick was frantic and the bags under his eyes like he hadn't slept in days and he was not in a good place. I don't know if he was expecting more from today. I don't know if he's just on the internet too much and watching people and reading people. But it was weird. It was strange to watch. Fauci's Pangolin. Ralph was there. Aaron filmed outside a closed Blockbuster video shop. That's what it was. Scott Jones said, from proper lawyers, none have YouTube, a Frank's hearing is legally required if they prove the cop lied. What they currently have is the opportunity to put paperwork in the hope of a hearing. Yeah, that's the other thing. You kind of have to, and some of these YouTube lawyers I like, they're great, but they are putting on a show. I have noticed that when I talk to lawyers who don't do YouTube and they're practicing law, they have very sober, matter-of-fact explanations as to what's going on. And what they've told me so far is that Nick is embarrassing himself, is that these motions look like they were written by him. There's nothing wrong with doing these motions, but they're just dog shit, and that you're not going to get a judge to sign off on most of this stuff. Revan JJ says, Aaron W. Ralph tried to cope and excuse all night. He called Aaron out. Aaron was the only one who showed up. Imagine being the one who says, we're going to have a showdown at high noon. And then high noon shows up, and the only guy who shows up is the guy who got called out. Wild, right? Fauci's Pangolin says, David Koresh has risen from the ashes. He's not as good as David Koresh. David Koresh was a more skilled. I mean, no offense. Look at who he's been able to cajole. And And I mean, with the help of substances. I mean, he used the help of substances to bring them in. It's almost like trapping squirrels. You know, it's in a way, it's not even fair. He must be earning enough to live in a foreign country, pay for drugs and hookers. Can't be doing too bad, says Bigot on socialist media. Maybe. I also was told by people that he lives in like a tin shack or something like that. I don't know. A lot of people hate him, so who knows what's true. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says Nick watched a DVD of Jaws, but says the shark was innocent because it wasn't the original film that Spielberg used. That's a great point. Every copy of every DVD or VHS tape you have, null and void. It was taken from a copy of the original film. It's not real, you guys. Heavily doctored. Snowcat Tish says Nick will have to prove the video is altered. He's not going to put the entire Coke stream into evidence. That would be more damning than the warrant. Yeah, I mean, wait till you see when we read the MN Public Records thing from yesterday. Wait until you see how far this guy is willing to go. And I guess Kayla too, like how far they're willing to go to protect themselves over people they care about. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, I get it. It's a tough decision, but that doesn't mean you can't make the right one. And also, don't put yourself in a position to have to make those decisions. There's that too. Mild says David Koresh wouldn't have banged a chick who called his cult a cover. I love how it's now like defending David Koresh because they're like, hey, don't sully David Koresh's name by comparing him to Nick. That's not okay. Ep Didn't says, Aaron, I came up with an idea last night. Put up the picture of April and gang up against a picture of Jodie Foster in Taxi Driver. Same outfit. You can't unsee it. I thought April looked healthier in that picture than she has in a long time. But a lot of people were criticizing it. Nick looks like a snowbird uncle, you know, like I said, who summers in Boca with the scabby legs and the terrible shorts and the bad shirt. And he just looks old. I can't really blame him for this whole thing aging him the way it has. I mean, it would anybody. But again, it's the consequences of your actions. Kayla looked nice. Ralph looked photoshopped in. But, yeah, I thought April looked healthier. They're all so fucking white, though. What is the deal with how white they are? It's Minnesota in the summertime. Like, you accidentally get tan. Like, I know, come January, February, I'm going to look a lot lighter than this. But now, you're outside for a little bit. Your skin darkens a little. They are all just pasty white. It's brutal, man. And the outfit. The outfit was very much Vivian from Pretty Woman. It was a hooker outfit. And then turning the arm so that awful tattoo is out. It's, I mean, look, the things that require taste were not there. But the actual physical appearance was much better than what I've seen in the past. All right, Jodie Foster, Taxi Driver. Let's go to images. I don't, oh my God. You know what? I see it. Yep. You're right. You're right. I can't unsee it now. Jodie Foster in Taxi Driver. Is that the outfit? Oh boy. You know what? Good spot. Good find. That was pretty much right on. Chris Benoit with $20. Thank you, Chris Benoit. He says, wow, I didn't know how much of a coward Ralph is. Nick has nothing but scumbags as friends. Well, I mean, he has no Drexel anymore. Because Drexel probably doesn't go for all the shit Nick did. Then he says Nick lied to him. Well, he lied to a lot of us. You know? And when you accuse him of lying, he calls you a liar. Fucking primo defense. Scott Jonesy says Nick was, in my opinion, going ape shit, and the pastor basically saying he's a fucking lunatic who thinks kids are being harmed everywhere, threw him and the cop under the bus. Snowcat Tish says April looked good, but she does dress like a hooker. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was getting after. Yeah. It's literally the same top as Jodie in Taxi Driver. It is. You're right. Ethan just tweeted, Nick has a patch on him that records all drug use. Yeah, you know what? Phrase that better. If I'm Nick, I talk to Ethan and I go, don't fucking speak on my behalf, please. You're an embarrassment. I mean, he already tried to get Ethan's ass kicked. I can't believe that wasn't, that probably part setup. Probably gassed Ethan up to go do it. But he has a patch on him that records all drug use. Don't say it like that, you fucking moron. You don't. Nick has a patch on, if you're a friend, you go, Nick has a patch on his arm. He can't do any drugs. You don't go, he's wearing a patch that records all of his drug use. Does it monitor booze? That would be an interesting one. Scam person says, I think Ethan would beat the shit out of Melton. You know what? I'm going to say this for my boy Patrick. I'm going to say that I would favor Patrick Melton over Ethan Ralph. I would. Ethan just looks embarrassing in every single way. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, Aaron, you got to be more aware of your square. When your square covers an image. Oh, fuck. Did I? Jodie Foster, taxi driver. Oh, boy. Let's go back to that. Let's go Jodie Foster, taxi driver. And let's make sure my square isn't covering it up. There we go. I mean, it's a very similar top. He's right. Ep didn't is right. I'm not going to be able to unsee that. Sorry, Josh Denny fan. Movie star fingernails with $1.99 says April was dressed like a Mississippi pimp. Mississippi pimp. That's the reference coming in from movie star fingernails. Bigot on socialist media says Melton would give Ralph the Yokozuna bonsai drop and sit on him. Warlock 18-wheeler says we should ask Johnny if he knows what April's stripper name is. That's not very nice. Scott Jonesy says it's the Farm Check 1. Have a gander at their website. This ain't court mandated. Nick has just Googled it so he can try and submit it to court. Interesting. McBuster says just distract Melton with a picture of the latest cast of the Mickey Mouse Club. Anyone can beat that fat fucking pizza roll. With $4.99 says, Aaron, thanks for always being real. Your morning show has helped me get through my workday for the past 10 years. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Guys, even $300 away from today. Thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, if you'd like to throw in. Also the Super Chats and the Rumble Rants. $300 away from our last goal of the week and 30 minutes of overtime at the end of this whole thing. All right, it seems like you guys have a lot to say about this. I think I want to go to the Knicks stuff at 7. I'm making a judgment call. I'm going to do the Knicks stuff in about a half hour. I don't want to burn through all of it now. I don't want to do endless amount, wall-to-wall coverage of it, because I do know once we start talking about it, the chat will have a lot of things to say. Super chats will come in. They'll want to talk about it. So I want to give that a little breathing room. And then we'll jump in later. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says we need YouTube memberships, people. Come on. All right, numero uno Josh Denny fan, set a number for YouTube memberships. And then we'll see if we can hit it today. You let us know what the number should be. Nick should have an Mpox detection patch with legs like that. I would say that those are from picking mosquito bites, but he can't be getting bitten by mosquitoes because he doesn't have any color. He's pale white, so he's not going outside. Those are sores of some kind, and he just keeps picking them. It's fucking gross. Hulkamasha Baby says, please never go on PPP again. Fuck, they're annoying. I know those guys don't like me very much, but I don't know. I like them. I find them entertaining. They agree to disagree. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says 700 gifted memberships on YouTube today. That's what we need to get to? All right, guys, 700 gifted memberships. Who wants to start with the first round of 50? Aaron, confirm or deny that April bought that outfit in the parking lot of Lookers in Carlos. I cannot confirm or deny any of that. All right, off we go. let's skip around. We've got some Trump stuff we can do. We've got, we've got Bill Maher talking really creepy to kids. And look, I like Bill Maher. I'm a Bill Maher fan, but this thing we're going to watch today, this is a bad look for Bill. It's not good in the least. So if you're here for the other stuff, come back around 7 o'clock sharp, top of the hour. We'll get to all that. Otherwise, we got some Trump, we got some Maher, we got some RFK Jr. news. It looks like he's going to endorse Donald Trump in exchange for, well, what he wants is a cabinet position, but he wants to drop out and endorse somebody. Apparently, he was shopping this around to Trump. Then he shopped it around to Kamala. Now he's shopping it back to Trump. An opportunistic little kingmaker, RFK Jr. is. So this is a fun little clip from Donald Trump. The media was trying to ask him why he was in town at this particular event. And they tried to tie it to an annual white supremacist rally that happens in that area around the same time. I mean, you talk about a reach. This is pretty bad, but it was Trump's response that I thought was very, very good.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you for coming. Kamala Harris campaign is asking you to be in his town because they say there are white supremacists here among you.
So now, if you couldn't hear the question, they said, what do you say to Kamala Harris, who says you're in town because there's also a gathering of white supremacists this time of year? And this is Trump's response.
There are white supremacists here among you. They're Democrats.
Who was here in 2021?
Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So that's it. That's the only way he answered that question. Was they went, hey, what do you say that, white supremacists are here? Is that the only reason you're here? And he goes, who was here in 2021? Joe Biden. Thanks. See you later. I mean, that's, and by the way, you could tell everybody in attendance thought that was a chicken shit question to ask too. Because the minute she started asking it, I mean, people were booing. People thought it was, like I said, like it was a chicken shit question. I mean, I almost feel like you should have your press badge stripped for that because that's such a clear, it's not necessarily a bias for anyone, but it's such a reach that to me it illustrates a bias against the person you're covering. And to me, if you're going to be a journalist and you're going to cover somebody, I mean, look, we all have our opinions. We're human. We all have our biases. We're human. But you're supposed to appear impartial. You're supposed to appear like you're fair and balanced. A question like that, almost to me, like screams you're picking sides. But, I mean, in fairness, Trump handled it very, very well. Just go, look, who was your, last time around? Oh, Joe Biden was. Joe Biden was. All right. Well, game, set, match. Last time I saw the throuple at Walmart, both ladies were dressed very slutty, this person says. Well, I mean, look. Dress for the job you want, right? Dress for the job you want. I see that Ethan is still very much coping on Twitter. This is great. This is so good. Flimsy Greenberg with $10. Flimsy, it totally is another win for the toe. How is it not? Being out of that situation. You want me to be in that situation? No, thank you. I know you want me to bury my head in the sand 24/7, bud, and I'm sorry I'm not. But, I mean, that was, Flimsy, you've got to be pretty delusional to think that yesterday didn't go pretty well for us here on this program. Coltrane with $1 says, already paid $1 for this, but oh well, funny video of the DNC. All right, let's take a look. See. Watch as Steve tries to help illegal migrant enter the DNC convention.
Steve Cortez here on the west side of Chicago, Democratic National Convention at United Center. The Democrats, of course, want open borders and want an endless stream of illegal migrants pouring into the United States. This is my new acquaintance, Edwin. Say hello.
My name's Edwin. Nice to meet you.
All right, Edwin is from Venezuela, and we're going to take Edwin into the DNC so that he can...
Why would he leave Venezuela? I hear it's a paradise. Ever since they kicked all those colonizers out of there and stopped doing business with the evil West. I thought Venezuela was paradise. Why are you coming here, buddy?
Meet the Democrats who want open borders. He should meet his new friends, hear the speakers, and learn about the Democratic Party. So, Edwin, let's head in, shall we?
Excelente.
This is Edwin from Venezuela, migrant, invited by the Democrat Party. He'd like to come into the Democratic Convention.
You have to get your credentials.
some credentials.
Yep, you have to go to Jackson.
Yep.
Wait, you mean he needs credentials and permission to come in to
Yes.
get past the wall?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a border wall in a way, huh?
Yeah.
That's okay. So he's being, all right. So he's being kind of a dick about it. That's funny.
You have to have ID, credentials. He can come
Okay,
in.
to come to the United States?
No, to come
Not to come to the United States.
To come into the United States? No, just to come into the United Center for the convention. I'm trying to bring an illegal into the Democrats like illegals. I'm trying to bring him to his people. Like, no, we put up this wall here for a reason. We want to keep people out. So he's got to go get papers if he wants to get past the wall. Oh, interesting. It is, these self-owned kind of things are funny because it is very self-evident to everyone but the people doing it. Like, oh, you want to make sure you can vet the people who are coming in for security purposes. So you want them to have the proper paperwork, and then you want to set up a wall to stop them from getting in, and you want to police that wall. I agree. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do it.
States. Okay, but to come to the Democratic Convention.
Here, babe.
Okay. You believe in security. You believe in securing the boundary. Edwin can't come in.
Without credentials.
That's all I know.
I commend you on guarding this border. You're doing it very effectively, folks.
Good morning.
Oh, he's getting it. Oh, this is the credentials office. Okay.
We would like to get some credentials for Edwin. Come on, Edwin. Edwin is from Venezuela.
I am right.
So we tried to get Edwin into the convention. He's a migrant from Venezuela. No organization, just American. And he's a migrant from Venezuela. Wanted to get into the convention. We figured that we'd love to have a migrant from Venezuela come in. They said we need to get credentials. So we're here to get the credentials.
Okay. Has anyone filled out an application for him?
So you have to. There's a process in the application.
Oh, so you have to fill out paperwork. There's an application process. The whole deal. I think you see what he's starting to lay it on a little thick now. I believe we understand what he's going for.
You didn't have that at the border.
Okay. So I have my own personal beliefs on this, but right now I'm just custody. So I'm asking if we can, Rob.
Just to be clear, we have been ejected from the DNC credentialing office because we're not permitted to be here. We don't have permission. We didn't go through the application.
So he's been deported. They've been deported from the Democratic National Convention for not having his papers. And when he went to get his papers, he couldn't get his papers. He wasn't qualified. So he couldn't get past the wall to get into the DNC. Well, goddamn. This would make sense if it was the Republican Party. They're a bunch of, wall-building racists. But the Democratic Party, these are the good guys, right? These are the guys who are there to look after these poor migrants. Give us your tired, your hungry, your poor, sick, huddled masses yearning to be free. Now this guy can't even get a laminate.
Process. It seems like the United States would use similar rules about crossing the U.S. border. DNC doesn't believe in that, but they do believe in it for their own convention.
Well, in fairness, that is in keeping with Democratic practice. Like, for example, they're big on refugees, right? But if you ever watch those videos where they ask Democrats, all right, we're going to put the refugees in your house. Well, no, I'm busy. And oh, I have this. And oh, I have that. And I've got a lot of shit going on. Okay, so I understand. You want to have the migrants come over the border, but you'd rather them not come to your events. Oh, okay. Cockdiff says he was promised free Modelo and health care for life. Arriba. Bigot on socialist media says, got a new batch of bourbon. Need to drink it slower, but it's too tasty. All right, take it easy, buddy. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. Russell Crowe housed and feeds displaced people in Australia. Does he really? I want to watch that. I want to watch that episode of the Joe Rogan show with Russell Crowe. I want to watch he got a Post Malone interview from last week, and he's got Russell Crowe this week. It's hard to listen to I shouldn't really say it. Oh my God, I just realized what I was about to say. I was going to say it's so hard to watch a podcast that's that long, says a guy who does a 4-hour one every day. Whoops. Guys, forget I said anything. None of it matters. It's all just keep doing what you're doing. We're very happy with it. 295 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Let's go ahead and put that under 200 by 8 o'clock today. You guys are cruising. Thank you so much for your support. All the links are there in the chat. So let's do this Bill Maher thing. Then we'll probably get to the Kiwi Farm stuff and all of that. Bill Maher, he does the Club Random podcast, and I like Bill, but Bill's gotten weird lately. Like, Bill had the Hawk 2. I don't think Bill realizes he's like 68 years old or whatever the hell he is, and he still wants to talk to people like he's the hip young guy, and it doesn't come off that way at 68 years old. He had a Hawk 2 girl on like 2-3 weeks ago, and he was talking to her about porn and how she should start a sex advice podcast and all this other shit, and it was kind of weird. Well, now I guess he had little kids on his show, and he was talking about porn in front of the little kids. It was an episode of Club Random called Bill Maher Talks to Kids. And I would really like an explanation for this next clip, because it's somebody I like doing something I don't like, and me hoping that there's a larger context to it that makes me not want to puke. Let's check it out. This is Bill Maher on his show, Club Random, talking to kids.
You're interested in, like, climate change, so you start looking on that. That's a big issue. I mean, your kids are worried about it for a good reason. Okay, climate. It leads you to weather. Then you're looking up stuff about the weather. Then it leads you to Stormy Daniels. All right, now you're into porn. Now you're into a porn site. What do?
Like, my question is why? Like, why did it need to go into that realm? Why did the grandpa have to ask the No, I don't think Bill Maher is doing any kind of grooming or anything like that, but like, it's just a bad look. It just looks really fucked up and weird. Like, of all the things you could do, you could just tell the kids you get onto an inappropriate site after that. What do you do when you accidentally get onto an inappropriate site? This is where the context of this conversation would be appreciated. You know, is Bill talking about, like, being honest when you get in trouble or reporting things to your parents? I don't fucking know. Why is Bill Maher doing an episode talking to a shitload of kids in the first place? That I guess that would be my first question. Why, Bill, why are you doing this? But the question about, like, climate change, and then you look up weather patterns, and then you get to Stormy Daniels, and then there's porn. It's like, what, why? No, we're not, Bill, we're not going to ask kids questions like this.
You're interested in, like, climate change, so you start looking on that. That's a big issue. I mean, your kids are worried about it for a good reason. Okay, climate. It leads you to weather. Then you're looking up stuff about the weather. Then it leads you to Stormy Daniels. All right, now you're into porn. Now you're into a porn site. What do?
Get away from the 68-year-old man asking me about pornography. I think that would be move number one. The rest of it, I'll talk to my parents and come up with an answer. Somebody writes, is Bill hiding something? I don't think so. I don't think Bill's hiding. I just, was Bill trying to, like, a little, like, stand-up rapport with these girls? Like, let's not do crowd work with the underage children. How about that? Elza Belza says, this seems creepy. It does seem really fucking weird. Coltrane says, check Bill's hard drive. Are we? Are we at the point of checking Bill's hard drive? Is he in line to be a producer for the Shuley Network? Is that what you're kind of getting at? That he's getting it. Is he qualified for a job with Shuley now because of that question? I don't think it's quite that far. Dissident says, keep that guy away from kids. Ep didn't said this is a perfect example of when the Dems say that it takes a village. Snowcat Tish says, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? He seems wasted on something more than weed here. Who? Bill? No. Bill's a weed guy. Bigot on socialist media says Aaron must be conflicted. I know he likes him. No, I mean, I do like Bill. I have been a fan of Bill Maher's, but that's fucking weird. That one almost needs to be addressed, you know? He almost needs to go, look, last week on the show, I stepped over some lines. This sounds weird to say, but I fucked up and I talked to some kids about porn. I'm really sorry about this. Like, maybe Bill should make that apology because he could also acknowledge, look, a lot of people who don't have a show have done the same thing I've done, and it's led to them going to central booking. So I consider myself fortunate that I did it on camera, I guess. Somebody says, I don't know about you, but I've looked up the weather multiple times before and have never ended up with Stormy Daniels. No, he was trying to force the joke and the question onto the kids. Snowcat Tish says, I'm a weed girl. It doesn't cause me to slur my words. Was Bill slurring his words? Sounded all right to me. But again, I'm biased. Ep didn't says, don't clip that. I don't even, you know what? I don't even remember what I said. I am a little yawny. I am a little sleepy this morning. I had a long night. I was ready to beat the shit out of Ethan Ralph, and then he chickened out. So then I was kind of up from that. Then I saw that Sean was on. I saw that Potentially Criminal was on, so I went and watched that for a while. Then Meme Copium came on with Sean, so I was, excited to watch that. So I usually get about 6 hours of sleep, and last night I feel like I got a good 4 or 5. I'm dragging ass a little bit today. But as you can see, water only. I'm not turned into the Celsius or anything like that. We'll be okay. We'll white knuckle it through this tired Thursday. We'll knock out that 295. We'll hit our last goal of the week. We'll be fine. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, Ethan is agreeing to 7 p.m. tonight. We will all believe it when we see it. Yeah, he shows up. I mean, it's going to be full of people sparring, so he's got to get his ass there. He's got to talk to the guy who runs the gym, and he's got to say, hey, I want to get in the ring with that guy. If he's insistent enough, if he goes to Scott and he tells Scott, I want to get in there, I want to go, then I think Scott will do it. I think he'll let him get in there for a little bit. Why not? Dissident says, if you haven't noticed, the left's whole agenda is to destroy kids' innocence. You know what? I think I might have to fall off the wagon this morning. Didn't says, Aaron better go take a nap. Ralph will knock him out like chat will knock out this goal. I should be sleep deprived for a couple of days so that Ralph has a chance. You know he ain't coming tonight at 7 o'clock, right? I've seen this song and dance from Piggy before. He knows how humiliated he was last night, and he's trying to save face a little bit. He ain't coming. I mean, look, I'm gonna be working anyway. Like, I'll be there sparring no matter what, so he can come on in. He won't, but again, he can if he wants to. But again, don't hold your breath. Not the Bee says, these girls, the girls that Bill Maher was talking to, I was hoping maybe they just looked younger and they were 16, 17. Not that that's okay, but the younger they are, the worse it is. The girls that Bill was talking to were 8 and 10. 8 and 10 years old. You don't talk, I have a 10-year-old and I have a 7-year-old. You don't talk about those things with them. You don't mention those things with them. You really hope in your heart of hearts that they don't know what that is at that age. Where if you said that word, which I don't think you should, again, to an 8 and a 10-year-old, that they would go, huh? I don't know what that is. That's your hope. For the people who need the full context, Maher was talking about going down internet rabbit holes. He was trying to tell the girls not, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, not to visit inappropriate websites, but proceeded to joke about them deleting their browser history as they shuffled awkwardly on the couch, and some adult laughed in the distance. If that's the girl's parents and they're not going, all right, time out, we're done, let's get out of here. Start at minute 23 for the following video, and you see there's even more weirdness from Maher.
Hey, friend.
Really? So if we go 23 minutes in, we'll see more Bill Maher being weird. All right,
So hard to get good help these days, kids. So hard to get good help. Anyway.
Did you just bring a fucking bottle of Tito's in? Okay, that's just, the whole thing is creepy. A 68-year-old man brings a bottle of Tito's in to talk to an 8 and a 10-year-old. Chris Hansen should be in this basement.
Paige and Amelia, how old are you?
We're both 10.
You're both 10.
Yeah.
Well, see, already, I was told 8 and 10. Like I'm telling you, it's really hard to get good help. But I'm very glad you're here on, what is the name of this show?
Club Random?
Well, Club Random is the real name, right? But this is like a special edition, like Bill Talks to Kids.
He's drunk, first off. So a drunken, Tito's toting, 68-year-old drunk guy is just going to be talking to these two 10-year-olds, and it's already awkward. Whose fucking parents lets them do this? Like, whose parents agrees to this and goes, oh, this will be great? Like, how bad do you need your kids in show business?
You're really kids. You seem very mature, but like just technically by the age, people, they like to judge by age. I guess you're kids, but you seem very mature to me. But we're very happy to have you here because we're trying to sort of iron out the demographic problem that we have. I mean,
right? Yeah, Bill's trying to reach that younger. He saw the problems that Mr. Beast is having, and he went, you know what? Now's the time to swoop in and grab some of that younger demographic who might like grandpa drinking vodka and talking to celebrities. I think that's right in the wheelhouse of the 10 to 15-year-old viewer.
Last two guests we had were Shatner and Norman Lear. So we want to get some young people. You remember Norman Lear? No, that was before your time. Do you still watch TV? Is TV still a thing?
Kind of. Yeah. It's not, for most kids our age, it's not that relevant. It's more like YouTube and TikTok.
This is awkward as fuck. This really does look like there should be lemonade and cookies out, and Dateline NBC should be coming through the door. It's just a weird, the thing about this isn't what Bill Maher does. Like, Bill Maher talks politics, and Bill Maher makes very adult jokes on television and on his podcast. There's no, kids don't fit into that. Okay, this is going to be a terrible example with the benefit of hindsight, but Bill Cosby got that show Kids Say the Darndest Things because he did clean family-friendly humor at the time. So they were like, oh, America's Dad, Bill Cosby. Well, let's give him a show where he talks to kids. Okay. I mean, obviously, knowing what we ended up knowing, it's a terrible fucking idea. But at the time, because of who he was, it made sense. Bill Maher talking to kids makes absolutely no sense. He's a degenerate, has been from day one, has no children, is not married, fucks skanks. And now we're just going to put him in front of 10-year-olds and let her buck? Fire everybody.
Right. But can't you watch YouTube on TV?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So it's, in a way, it's just like a different TV channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm trying to make myself feel better because I'm in TV and it is a dying medium. But I know that.
Those fucking old. Yeah, look at it. He's just got a drink in his hand. Look at the 10-year-old is staring at the vodka drink. These kids look so uncomfortable, and Bill's just sitting there sipping on his Tito's. Asking them about, do you kids watch TV anymore? It sure is a dying medium. This is somebody writing, is Bill looking for a child, is Maher looking for a new future bride? God, I can't even read. At least he didn't wear his red shoes during this interview. Ugh. If the kids' parents let them go on Bill's show, then they don't care about porn or this creepy shit. No kidding, right? Stop leaning into the children's personal space, creep master. There's a lot of creepy shit about this from Jump Street. The children's mother has purple hair, thick glasses, and speaks for blacks, says Cocktiff. Snowcat says this is cringe. Yeah, it's bad. Chris Hansen, where you at? Did he offer the girls a vodka? How rude. He sits down with that whole bottle of vodka. I mean, if you're going to talk to him about porn, might as well go the whole way, huh? Vote blue hard. This is what you get, says Cocktiff. Somebody, too, says Bill gassing the kids up before he makes his move. You kids are pretty mature for your age, aren't you? Oh, yeah, I missed that one. Yeah, where Bill's like, oh, you guys are very mature for your age. That's, okay. That's Snowcat Tish says, is this what Maher does now? The Playboy Mansion parties are only memories now. Yeah. Elza Belza says, he said they seem mature for their age. That's creepy as fuck. I can't disagree. I can't disagree. That is some weird. Bill was pulling some weird shit, dude. 295 is our number for today. If you feel like contributing to our show, the links are in the chat. Thank you very, very much. All right, we're going to get into this Nick stuff. There were documents released last night. There were, it was about the closing arguments in the first child hearing case back in June. And it's not a good look for Nick. We're finding out that there's a lot of stuff Nick doesn't tell us that we then find out about later. Or there's stuff that Nick tells us that is just a blatant lie. And then he gets mad at people when they don't believe him on shit. Like, yeah, all the alcohol's gone. Alcohol's not gone. Alcohol's next door. We saw it all when you listed the house. Oh, all my tests have been clean. Your first one, you pissed hot for booze. It's not true that they're all clean. So-and-so lied in their testimony, and then it comes out and they're like, they didn't lie at all. That's 100% what happened. So, everyone who, I can't imagine how exhausting it is to run from responsibility in this way. He runs from responsibility like Ethan Ralph runs from a fight with me. It's embarrassing. This whole, I didn't do anything. Oh, how do you even know I was doing anything? And I don't know, the white powder on how do you know that wasn't fake? And it's just like, all right, there's lying to yourself and there's embarrassing yourself, but then there's insulting the intelligence of others. And when those people who don't like having their intelligence insulted, like Drexel, call you out and say you're a fucking liar, you could probably put that relationship back together by going, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I just got caught up, and it was a lie of self-preservation. Okay, cool. Versus going, hey, they think I lied to them. Can you believe that? Can you believe they think I lied to them? Yeah. We could all start a support group at this point. Fauci's Pangolin says about Bill Maher talking to those 10-year-olds, you sound grown up. Would you like to vote this November? Oh, man. Rachel says, but that's okay because they didn't order him not to drink alcohol. Right. Alcohol was just one of the reasons you had the spiral you did. You don't have to quit because it's not court ordered. But, why do it for the health and wellness of your children, right? Why abstain from booze because it would probably make you a better and more responsible father? That would be ridiculous. That would be silly. Oh, boy. Q Anonymous says nobody cares about Nick and that drama. We're over it. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with you. A lot of people come in. They want to hear about this stuff. They want to see this stuff. I'm sorry if you don't want to see it. I understand if you would be, fed up with it. I get that. I get why people would feel that way. But I will tell you this. People just love this as a gossip item. I talked to my lawyer when we were at court the other day. we would pass the time and he would be like, those motions he filed, those look like they were written by him in crayon. And they're just like, people want to talk. And then you tell them about the House listing and you tell them about the continuance and the motions and all of this. And, you know, people do want to talk about it. It is fascinating gossip, essentially. Ep Didden says, according to his stream last night, Nick's case is hinging on the fact that the investigator said that he watched the original video of Nick when that stream was private and he was actually watching. No, what the officer said was that he watched a video taken from Nick's Rumble and YouTube. That's it. Nick just can't read is the problem. Nick doesn't possess basic reading comprehension when it doesn't fit the way he wants the world to be. I mean, you talk about a guy. Now I understand why none of them have any color and none of them have been outside. The world outside is hostile to them and they don't want to know about it. But if they stay inside and they stay milky white and pasty, then they can create their own world, their own universe, and enforce it. And then anyone who comes from the outside trying to tell them any kinds of truth, you can block it out. All three of them can block it out together. That makes sense. He is a guy who I've never seen someone try to create their own universe before and then try to keep all facts to the contrary out of it. It's not impressive, but it is remarkable. I guess I'll use one of my favorite words. It's extraordinary. Put it that way. So let's watch some clips from last night. He could not help himself. He had to stream last night and he was frantic. He had bags under his eyes. He looked down and up all at once. He seemed to be coping pretty hard. And I don't know why. Like, it's not like he lost yesterday. I mean, really, nothing happened. There wasn't a loss. There wasn't a win. There was just the court saying, hey, the state's going to respond to these things you're talking about. Then you can respond to them. Then I, as the judge, will make a decision on whether or not this is, on the merit of your arguments. So nobody really won. Nobody really lost yesterday. April's confession. I mean, it's pretty clear that it's a confession at this point, right? April fucking dropped a dime to the cops. April snitched, and that's why she didn't have charges, because the cops thought, hey, if you cooperate with us, we'll play ball with you. No problem. April needed money. She took a little from me. She then went back into the polycule. She got a house. She got all her bills paid. And she's like, oh, shit, I can't snitch on this person. So then the state went, well, if she's not going to rat on him, then we're putting the felony charges back on her. It's just amazing how little regard these people have for their own lives and their own futures. 29 years old is not 42. You've got a whole life ahead of you. And to just throw it all away like this is, I can't believe it, especially for someone who's abused you. I mean, we're talking about someone who has gotten you hooked. He got you hooked on cocaine, had you drinking more than you'd ever drank, and then used that to fill your head full of horse shit. And when you got arrested, he gave you all kinds of advice that helped him and not you. This is psychologically abusive, April. But God helps those who help themselves. If people can't see it, and if people can't figure it out, at some point, you're just kind of, you are where you're supposed to be. You are where you deserve to be, so to speak. So Nick went on last night, and he was very upset, and he was very worked up, and he was very, just all wound up, but also had the bags under his eyes. Like, it was a very weird juxtaposition. And again, I don't know why. It wasn't a terrible day for him. It wasn't a great day for him. It was kind of a nothing day. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, LOL, Melton went from this being a loss because you will make an excuse and not show up to it being a loss because you did show up. Truly remarkable. It's almost like everything I say about these guys ends up coming true. It's almost like these people are not complicated. They are very easy to figure out individuals. Ep Didn't says Nick chugs that tea every 45 seconds and he's burping and gargling and choking in between. I literally feel like I'm drowning just listening to him since he came back. Pickett on Socialist Media says she got herself hooked on blow. Okay. I mean, sort of semantics, but I get it. I accept that. That's pretty accurate. Here we go. So somebody called BB Channel on Kiwi Farms grabbed a bunch of Nick clips from last night's stream. Let's check these out. One of the more shameless clips, and I don't know if this guy has it. One of the more shameless clips I saw is he tried to cry about the person who ratted him to Child Protective Services, which I guess the main culprits would be the pastor and Kayla's sister, I think, or maybe the old nanny. I don't know. But like him trying to make himself cry, that narcissistic manipulation. I mean, as someone who's felt a lot of legitimate feelings the last 6 months, and as someone who's literally, broken himself down to nothing and rebuilt from zero, to watch people try to use those very, other people's very real emotions, for them to try to mimic those emotions so they can try to get sympathy is really disgusting to watch and gets zero sympathy from me. One remark about how kids will grow and how he's been with them for every moment of their lives, which is untrue. When the kids were taken away for a period, he seems to almost tear up twice in this video because the voice changes a bit. Lies about seeing his kids every day, changes it to, my kids have met me before towards the end. I'm not sure if he did the operator gesture intentionally or by mistake. All right, let's check out this clip.
DS says, lol, we don't care. Your kids will grow up one day. Oh my God, will my kids grow up one day? Holy shit. No one tell them. Please don't tell them about like me existing. My kids don't realize that I'm.
That's not what they're saying. And this gets kind of sad. Like, I almost wish, he shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't be on. He shouldn't be streaming. Thank you. He shouldn't. Holy shit. Oh my God. He shouldn't be doing any of this. This should be this should be like a secret, like a therapy session. This should be like maybe just sitting in your bedroom by yourself and just kind of taking stock of the day kind of a thing. You shouldn't be on the internet streaming, especially when you show poor impulse control to begin with. You have remarkably narcissistic, I think, what does he say? He has opposition defiance disorder, which is something kids have. It's very serious. The narcissistic behavior, the need to be right all the time, the need to own the internet. I mean, the internet is so important to this guy. You're not in a mental state to be taking these people on. All they get to do is go into your chat, and all they're doing is dunking on you, and all they're doing is shitting on you, and you can't stop reading it. And then you read it, and it fucks you up, and you get all mental, and you give them more. He thinks he's in control, but his brain matter has been eroded to the point where he doesn't see that he's the hamster on the wheel. He thinks that the Kiwi farmers are the marks. He thinks that the people in the chat are the marks. He's the mark. He feeds it. He keeps this loop going, and it becomes toxic for him. It doesn't become toxic for these other people. They move on. They go about their day. The Kiwi Farms people that were at the hearing, they went home to their families or whatever. They were fine. You had to hang out with Ethan Ralph. Dude, you had to hang out with your polycule, and dress your side partner up like a stripper with your sore, scabbed up legs. Like, you need to work on yourself, dude. All of this, if you stay this way, all of this is going to happen again. Because A, you haven't learned, and B, you haven't changed. And I can tell you from experience, coming out on the other side of this, if you don't change, if you don't take stock of what you've done wrong, if you don't take stock, own your feelings, own your emotions, own your behaviors, you're never going to be able to process this and get onto the other side. All of that shit is building up inside of you right now, and every once in a while you just erupt, and it's out of control. It lacks it lacks self-control. It lacks the ability to have the control of the destination that you want. And you just get pulled around by your nose and you think you're leading everybody else. Somebody in the chat says something. You get fucking pissed. You go off on a rant. That is none of their business. None of this is any of your business. But you make it their business, and then they keep commenting on it, and then you go, why are people so obsessed with my kids and my life and my this and my that? You invite them in. You keep creating the problem, and then you bemoan the problem. This is what mental illness looks like. This is what the drugs were covering up. This is what the booze was covering up. You can't do drugs right now. I don't know if you can drink or not, but you can't do drugs right now. And you can't do drugs right now, so what we're seeing is the mask is off. Now we get to see what you are. You're an insecure, mentally ill person who needs help. And the more you get to know that person, the way he is now, he's going to try and run from this person. And what's he going to run to the minute he's allowed? The minute he can take that patch off, he's going to run to drugs. He's going to run to substances. He's going to run to alcohol. You have to fix what's wrong in here first. You can't fix the chat. You can't fix Kiwi Farms. You can't fix Steel Toe talking shit. You can't fix Sean talking shit. You put yourself here. You have to look in here. I'm sorry that terrifies you, but you have to talk to this fucking guy before he kills you and maybe other people. But nope, he knows better. We're going to go on the internet. We're going to see that our chat, we're going to let them drive us insane, and then we're going to have more meltdowns, and then MN Public Records is going to release something, and then you're going to hurry up and hit log off. Cut out the middleman and just log the fuck off.
You guys realize they do like live with me. They know me. I see them every day. Like all the time. I know there's some part-time parents out there who like try to pretend they understand anything about raising 5 children in my house. Like I get it. That
nobody's saying that they know how to raise 5 children. They're saying they know how not to raise 5 children. That's what nobody knows how to raise anybody's kids. Nobody knows how to raise 1 kid. Nobody knows how to raise 3 kids. Nobody knows how to raise 5, 7, 9. Nobody knows how to do. Everybody's figuring it out as they go. But you know what you shouldn't be doing. And this is one of those things you shouldn't be doing. Again, these people gas you up, and now you're giving them what they want. And then you're probably lying on top of it. It's so hard to tell anymore. You basically have to take everything he says and assume there are lies in it. Because it's just so often.
There are people who've never had to actually spend time raising their own children who try and criticize that.
Bro, you shitting on Ralph, dude? Is he shitting on his boy? What's with him shitting on his boy? Like, Ralph, say what you want. He's a chicken shit, but Ethan Ralph is the only guy who's got your back right now. Even the guys who you think have your back. Camelot has talked endless amounts of shit. Hookers and cocaine and, Nick will never stop. He's an addict. He's not a sometimes addict, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, your best friend bailed on you. And now you've got Ralph, and you tried to get him beat up yesterday, and now today you're shitting on him.
But, like, you realize that all of the children that I have lived with me their entire lives. Like, they know me.
Yes, that's the tragedy we're trying to educate you on. The tragedy is they know you. The tragedy is you're around them all the time. And that wasn't enough for you to change. Forget the drugs, forget the alcohol, because you're on the fast track to being a dry drunk. I mean, if anyone's ready to be a dry drunk, it's this guy. I'm talking about the changes that need to happen in here so you can be better to these people. So you can't have 5 kids and have yourself as the beginning and end of your own universe. You can't be the alpha and the omega when you have 5 children. I know this is hard for someone like Nick to hear, but your time is over. It's their time now. It's not about your pleasures. It's not about what you want to do. Well, I'm bored with my wife of 20 years. I want to fuck the 29-year-old, but have both of them so I can appear like a virtuous husband and family man. It's not your time, dude. Whatever you were going to do, you've done. You've peaked. It's over. It's them now. And they fucking need somebody after all this. And you ain't qualified. You're not qualified to do the job right now. You got to work on this.
Like, oh my God, your kids are going to wake up and know you. My kids have met me before. Like they know I'm their dad. I hang out with them all the fucking time.
See, he lets these people get him worked up and his voice is cracking and he's frantic and he's manic. I can't believe I'm giving him advice, but like they don't deserve this out of you. You're giving them things that don't belong to them, and they'll gladly take them, and they'll go, haha, look at this fucking buffoon. There's just certain things you don't need to feed these people. Are you so... Maybe he misses the Depp days, maybe he misses the Rittenhouse days, and he just wants to be famous again, and he thinks maybe that if he shares every deep, dark detail of his... Well, that's the thing. He's not sharing every deep, dark detail. He's hiding all of them, and he's only putting forth this image that he wants people to believe. But as more and more things come out that we find makes that not fucking true, and now it's all hanging on by a thread because we know April told the police everything. We know I did. We know that the people with the last name Imholt at the time fucking, dropped their dimes. I had holes in my pockets. Dimes were dropping everywhere. April, too. Who would have thought that? I didn't know that in the divorce, not only did they remove the last name Imholt, but they also took her spine. That's interesting. I didn't know. I didn't ask for her spine in the divorce. I didn't ask for her backbone. It just kind of got removed. When she was when she was singing like a canary to the police, she didn't realize it then, and that's unfortunate, but she was starting to turn her life around. If she would have then called her parents to pick her up and then said, take me home to Litchfield, that would have been the redemption arc. That would have been it. She would have been home free. But unfortunately, the backbone was gone. She jellyfished it back to Spicer and then got charges put on her. All of these people have nobody to blame but themselves. And they want to see that the internet and they want to yell at everybody else and Sean and Aaron and Josh and all these people. The call is coming from inside the house. Describing that sandwich, something about it just disturbs me and probably can be used for meme material later. Maybe he was thinking of the white powder since he did that sniff. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see this clip.
I'm out. Death Trout says, I just hope you get through this quickly so you can get back to being funny and screaming about sandwiches. Best you and the family. Oh, I had a good sandwich. Had a fucking good sandwich. Was that yesterday? God, it's good. It was just a normal sandwich. It was my normal sandwich. 3 slices of bread, peanut butter, butter, grape jelly. But the bread was good. It's all fucking carbs and sugar. But man, that's a comfort food for me. And I was just,
See, like, while that's boring, and I don't know why the person included that clip, but while that's boring and uninteresting, it would be a lot healthier than who you are now. Like if you were just the sandwich guy. Nobody wants to hear a guy do a show about a sandwich, but maybe you don't need to do a show. Maybe that's not for you. You tried the show thing and you were red hot for about 2 years. And then you just completely fell apart. So it's probably not for you. Nick is the ultimate warrior of LawTube. He had an amazing 2-year run, and then after that, just all this shit. Super Chat mentions the white powder on his nose. He describes gaslighting. Oh, my God. Nick described gaslighting? What did he do? Show one of his streams? Oh, boy. I'm excited for this. This makes up for the sandwich clip, which I have no idea why that was included. He describes gaslighting before segueing into how he never tried to make people distrust their lying eyes and ears. This is a Rekieta staple to the point where it's become boring. Say something and then say you never said the thing. And then act like it worked to trick people as we just all look at each other going, is he fucking retarded? Like, is this the dumbest guy on earth? It might be. There's a possibility. There's something about the arrogance of intelligence when none has been presented that is really strange to observe. Let's go to this super chat then and see what he says about, why are you reading the stuff about the white shit on your nose? God, that is some greasy ass hair. All right.
Vaz Kalma says, we all saw the meltdown stream, big guy. You had white powder all over your nose. Continuing to gaslight everyone is why everyone hates you now.
In fairness, that's not why I hate him. I don't hate him, by the way. I don't. I really don't. I see him as a really sad cautionary tale. In many ways, I really don't hate Nick. I know his lawyer said yesterday in court, he talked about me for a little while, which, I know that the lawyer said, well, they just plain don't like each other. I actually quite the opposite. I have to be thankful. And I wouldn't have said this 4 months ago, but I'm thankful that I met Nick Rekieta. In him, I saw a lot of what I never want to be, and I saw the boundary lines of decency, humanity, sociopathy, narcissism. I saw it all, and in a way, it can guide my behavior to this day. I can see if I see myself doing something, and I don't really do this anymore. I'm happy to say that, like, going through this experience with all of them and looking internally once I stopped blaming them for everything and I started looking internally, and there was therapy and there was Al-Anon and there were all these other things. And I really did just go, I can't control what they are. That's where I got the mantra of, if they get better, it doesn't hurt me. If they get worse, it doesn't hurt me. So why not root for them to get better? But it doesn't matter if they do, because what these people do and what these people think, they're allowed. I can only focus on how I feel, how I react, what I do, and what my mind and my body are telling me. And so as far as not liking him, no, I don't dislike him. I don't hate him. I nothing him. What I don't like is, and what my kind of crusade has been, it's not difficult to take responsibility for your actions. And I'll be goddamned if I'm going to be the only one who does. I'm going to hold myself and others accountable for what we've done. And if they would hold themselves accountable, believe me, I'd have no involvement with any of this. There would have been guilty pleas. It would have been over with, and everyone would have moved on with their lives and tried to get clean and happy. But when you continue to lie and you continue to obfuscate and you continue to deny people's realities, it tends to frustrate people a little bit from time to time.
Gaslit anyone. That's the weird thing. People keep saying I'm making claims about one thing or another, but I'm not making any claims about anything.
Yep. Nick, we have the commonality of language. We know what words mean and we know what intentions are. Nick, you hint at shit. Number one, you have called Alicia Sweep and Detective Pomplin liars. They are not liars. They're devastating to your case, but that doesn't make them liars. And that's the problem with Nick. He comes at it from a skewed worldview. where if it's not the way his universe is, it must be a lie. And that's so sad and that's so toxic because it's going to drown you. You're going to be fighting all these other people and you're going to wonder why you keep falling further behind. And when he says, I haven't gaslit anyone, people think I make these claims. No, you hint at these claims. And then when people call you out for hinting at those claims, you go, what? I never said that. You are the most toxic woman in any relationship I've ever been in. You are someone who goes, well, you know, they lie all the time and you never know what people can bring into your house. And you never, like, even Chrissy Maher picked up on it. She's like, you're saying somebody planted this in your house? I never said that. But you fucking did. You just don't have the fucking stones to come out and say it. So you hint at it and you keep your plausible deniability. I got bad news for you. I know you're trying to do lawyer tricks. You're not that good.
Like, look at him denying this or admitting that or saying it's this. I'm not actually doing any of that.
So wait a minute. Is anyone catching this or am I wrong? In his description and denial of gaslighting, is he gaslighting everybody? This is crazy. This should be taught in like psychology classes. Nick Rekieta should be a case study for mental health. Because in his description of how he didn't gaslight, he's now gaslighting. You didn't see or hear what you saw or heard. I didn't do that thing that I did. You must have just saw it wrong or heard it wrong. I wasn't gaslighting. Your ears and eyes aren't right. You just gaslit a gaslighting denial.
I haven't done it. I haven't commented on it.
You haven't commented on it? What are those motions that we're reading? You haven't commented on it. You've insinuated that the videos were edited where you had fucking blow on your nose. Come on, dude. This is bad.
I haven't. In fact,
ceiling cast.
So here's what gaslighting is. Gaslighting is the attempt through rhetoric or language or whatever to convince someone that what they know to be true is not true.
Case A. Case A. Right. You know what, Nick? You nailed it. You nailed it. You're taking something that a person thinks and knows is true, and you're making them feel fucking crazy by trying to convince them that what they know to be true isn't true and they're just seeing it wrong. That's your fucking hallmark, brother. That's your bread and butter. If you didn't have that, you'd be finished. I mean, you're finished, but...
Or that what they know to be not true is true. Okay? To falsely convince someone of that. Not just...
Okay, did you have white powdery substance on your fucking nose? You know what the answer is? Yes. You try to convince us of anything else, you're gaslighting. Were you inebriated on that stream? Yes, you were. Anything else you try to tell us is gaslighting. Are you guilty of having an ounce of coke in your house? I've been there. You are. You've had way more than that in your house at one time. You're lucky that they caught you while you guys were in the middle of some hoovering sessions. I know it's true. I know it all. So you trying to say it's not, that's gaslighting, brother.
Just persuade them to what a true thing is, but to falsely persuade them into believing that which they know to be the opposite.
Yeah, someone texted in, they go, is Nick gaslighting the gaslighting? Yes, he's a gaslight gaslighter. This man, George Will, the political pundit, coined this phrase, and it's fucking perfect for a guy like Nick. Nick is a pyromaniac in a field of straw men. A pyromaniac in a field of straw men.
I'm pretty sure the thing I have consistently said is, man, it really sucks that I don't get to tell my side of the story. And
you do understand that your side of the story involves a shit fuck of gaslighting. Guys, what you don't understand is it's really frustrating that I can't gaslight everyone more than I have.
people will judge me based on the one side of the story that comes out. That fucking sucks, but that's the way it goes.
Nick, you're not comfortable when the narrative isn't in your hands. I get that. You're not comfortable when the narrative isn't in your hands. You care too much about what other people think. I wish you could just say that. I wish you could just say that and be honest with the reason people don't like you and the reason they're not taking you seriously is because you are an open fucking book and you're reading it wrong. And we see the words, we see the text in the open book, and you swear to us that's not what the pages say. You're not hiding. It's frustrating to watch.
Because it can't yet tell the full story. Can't do it.
Just like, you didn't lie to Drexel. You just wish you could talk to him so you could tell him why you didn't lie to him. You know why Drexel doesn't want to talk to you? Because he knows you're going to fuck with his head and give him bullshit. He knows you well enough. Why is it the people who know you the best are the ones waving the red flags at others about you?
And I just have to deal with that. And I just have to...
But you're not dealing with it. You are whining, Nick. You're whinging. You're complaining. You're whining. You come off as an only child with a bad case of affluenza. That's it. There's no other part of it. That's just what you come off at. That's what you look like to the rest of us. Incapable of admitting your faults. Incapable of thinking it could be me. Hey, Nick, when we were all together and there was all this drama and everything was always fucked up and who's doing this and who's doing that, I did a lot of things wrong. I realized I don't know how to talk to addicts because I never tried to understand how you guys felt. I just knew that it hurt so much to watch people get in these drug stupors and fight and yell at people and make accusations and try to, play manipulative games with each other. I didn't, and instead of me yelling and screaming about quit doing fucking coke and enough with the drugs and you're coming home late and I'm fucking tucking these kids in myself and it's horseshit, I was angry. I was mad at what people were doing. Instead of me talking to those people and go, why are you doing that? Like, what is it that's happening that makes this the thing you like to do? I understand you like this thing. I understand you enjoy this. It's fun for you. I'd like to know why, because I'm concerned. But maybe my concerns will be assuaged if I can understand how you feel about this and why you're going this way. That was my mistake. That was my fuck up. I also realized I don't want to know the answer to that question. I just want to leave. I just want to be away from all of it. I don't want to be involved with it anymore. I realized my shortcomings and what I wasn't able to handle and what I couldn't deal with, and I separated myself from it. You have to be able to admit your own shortcomings or none of this shit is ever going to get better. I led myself and my wife into a situation wrought with peril. I have to take partial responsibility for that happening. I could have steered us away from that. I didn't. I thought I would really enjoy what I was going to do. And by the time I realized I wasn't, I couldn't figure out how to dig myself out until, finally, enough of the things that are important to me in life took priority. And I will admit later than I would have liked to think a guy like me would have noticed. These are the things we have to do if we're going to improve. Nick, you're trying to get away with something. The rest of us are trying to tell you to get better. Do you understand the difference? You're trying to get away with something so you can go back to how you used to be. We're trying to tell you that's not sustainable. Continue on.
Sit
The gaslighting of the gaslighting.
there and fucking suck it up and realize that some people are going to take a negative impression. And I probably, for many people, will never be able to convince them, even if I show them proof, which I will at some point here.
With that coke
show
on
them
your
proof
nose?
that what they believed about a situation is wrong.
Listen to everything he's saying. Everything is everybody else. Everybody else thinks that. Everybody else thinks this. Everybody else this. Everybody else that. What about you? How do you feel? Where are you at? What have you done to make people feel this way, right, wrong, or indifferent? There's no improvement if you don't, even if you feel like you were wronged. There has to be some part of you that understands how you got to that point and what part you played in getting there.
Even if I show them proof, they still won't take it. I have to
What's your proof? Your 9-year-old tested positive for cocaine. You had a safe full of drugs. We committed degenerate acts with each other's family. Never again. I can sit here before you telling you that I'm ashamed of what I did and that I will never put another partner through that. And going through this, I will have to explain this to partner. I mean, I have had to explain this to people. I will have to explain this to partners. And I will also have to talk about what I've done to not be that person anymore and what that taught me and how I never want to be that person ever again. And how terrible it is for a relationship and your psyche and your sense of self-worth and all of that shit. If you don't change, if you don't acknowledge things about yourself, if all you're going to do is point at the chat and point at the rest of the world and point at these people who left you, that's Hitler in the bunker, dude. That's just, you're just going down with the ship at that point.
accept that that's the fucking price that you have to pay. You have to wait. You don't get to talk.
That's narcissism. You're the victim all the fucking time. I'm not a victim of any of these three people. I'm a victim of my own stupidity. I'm a victim of my own irresponsibility. I just happen to commit it with these people. I am not a victim of the way, we all treated each other. I am a victim of my own inability to walk away. I can only control me. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the idea that I can't control other people because they're entitled to their feelings and their positions. But you want to control everybody else. But do you notice that the more you try to control everybody else, the more you get out of control? Because you're not taking care of yourself. First of all, you look like shit. There's a reason for that.
I've never told people to believe some other thing. I've never asked them to do anything else. I've said, you know what? People are going to make these determinations about you. And God, that sucks, man.
You haven't accused anyone of lying. You haven't accused anyone of saying the wrong things. You haven't accused anyone of nothing. You've just said that sucks, man. You've let go and let God. Really? I have Alicia Sweep's number upstairs. I mean, should I call her and ask if you've ever, called her a liar or tried to manipulate her? Be interesting. She would say, get the fuck off my phone. Fucking can't stand you people. You're disgusting. She's good, though. I will say this about Alicia Sweep. I've met her. She's a pro. She is a no-nonsense. That's probably why I can see why Nick doesn't like Alicia Sweep and why he doesn't get along with her. She is no nonsense, no bullshit. She does not let you get away with anything. She tells you exactly how it fucking is, and we're not negotiating here. I mean this as a supreme compliment. She's a bad motherfucker, that Alicia Sweep. She, you can't, there's a batter you can't sneak a spitball past, and Nick's a spitball thrower. So I can see why those two get along or don't get along.
That shit really fucking sucks, especially this stuff I know to be untrue.
What? What's untrue?
But I don't get to bring that out, and I can't hold that against people.
I don't think he ever realizes what he's saying, because sometimes there's just massive reveals in his personality. And again, I don't think he realizes it. I really don't. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you say you don't care about him. I didn't say I don't care. I said I don't hate him. You spend at least 1 to 2 hours each show talking about him. I think this story is fascinating. I've apologized to this audience many times before for this. I find this all to be very fascinating. I do. I think this is interesting. But I never said I don't care. I said I don't hate him. Don't like him, don't hate him. I think there are a lot of lessons that people can learn from watching this. I think all of you, myself included, there's a lot of lessons we can learn. I'm telling you guys, I lived it for months. December to April, I lived it. You can watch this guy and learn. You can watch this guy and it paves roads for you. It's like a game where there's a map. Watching him is a map cheat. More of the map gets revealed, and you can see it before you have to travel down it. And you go, I know I don't want to go there. Because I know I've seen people behave that way, and that's not good. That's not how I want to be. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, how to talk to junkies. You don't. Tell them to get help, then cut them off completely. Try to fix them. That's 100% up to them at that point. Don't let them in your life. You are correct. Hitler in the bunker. Stop making me relate to Nick. Says that didn't. Lost Tejas Synthesizer says, so wait, the real Nick escaped to Argentina in a submarine? No, guys, we're taking the Hitler in a bunker thing too literal. Napoleon on Elba Island. No, because then he got back to France, and then there was Waterloo. And what was the last one? St. Helena? Maybe that's it. Aaron, do you really want to do more to get the case thrown out? You've done so much already. No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, Sam Show says, you're kind of making this boring. Rather roast this dumb motherfucker. Yeah, I don't know. I guess am I a little different in that I don't know. Maybe it's because I was there, and maybe because this put me on a different journey. I kind of see it different. Maybe in a weird way, I root for people like this to get better. I don't know what it is. I'll tell you this. I know he sent a super chat, and I love the guy. I think he's great. I thought his tard jousting thing yesterday was awesome. I know who and what I am. I know how it all looks. There's self-awareness is important in this game, especially if you're going to have some fun. I was having fun with the Ralph stuff yesterday, and I even said while I was on with the Keno Casino guys, I'm like, this is beneath me. This is embarrassing. But fuck it, I'm going to do it. You can't get mad that people make fun of you for that shit. That's part of the if you want to do the things you want to do to have a good time and not take the internet too seriously, you got to let people call you fucking gay F word and a retard. That's just, it's part of the deal. Mac with $9.99 says, on fire today, Toe. Skull indeed. God, I fucking do. Every time I see Skull, I think of J.J. McCarthy and that torn meniscus, and I just get mad. I'm excited to go to a Vikings game. I'm getting a little bipolar on my Vikings right now. See? I fell off the wagon, and now I'm all jitter. I'm ricketating up. Potentially criminal. Sean. I don't care if he's my friend or not. Sean's my buddy. My buddy Sean. That's what I'm saying. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I gotta copy paste his read. His was better than mine. I didn't know most of that shit was going on. Sorry, Cheetos. Potentially criminal with $10 says, if you only knew about the secret knowledge only I had from a case 6 or 7 years ago, Reddit honk laughter, you'd see how I'm going to win. Yeah, Nick, I read the case. It's not a banger. See, like I talked to my lawyer about some of this stuff. My lawyer's also a friend of mine. I listened to Sean about this stuff. Who are my go-to sources on this? Is Sean? Shit, am I basically down to watching Sean? Oh boy. Sean, you better be fucking right about this shit in terms of the legal stuff, because I don't really watch. I watch Andrew once in a while on it, but I'm pretty much down to you as my source, so don't fuck me over. Nerd Angle with $9.99 said, Aaron, FYI, Ethan Ralph is doxing you on Telegram. Look, it's been out there before. Rage pig gonna rage pig. I mean, the guy took humiliating L's yesterday while I sat there and danced in a boxing ring like a retard. I had a great time. Cheeseburger Pie came out, I think, on Melton's orders, but he was great. Scott Richard Staska came out. He was awesome. That was fun. And SP was there. I mean, it was a great fucking time. It was a great fucking time. Oh, boy. So, all right, let's get to, oh, God, we got more clips. This is getting to be a slog. This is getting to be a fucking slog over here. And then we've got the documents that came out as well. The next clip is he conflates. He only motioned to suppress the recording of the omnibus by let's enforce the rule instead of what he actually filed, totally ignoring that people are asking for the body cam proof. All right, 1 minute. That last one was 2.5 minutes long, and it was Nick gaslighting people on gaslighting. Hopefully the rest of these are easier to get through.
I saw his stream. It seemed like his claim was that you were trying to suppress court video. Again, if anyone thinks I'm trying to suppress court video,
I mean, Nick takes advantage of laymen not knowing legal terms, and then he purposely misrepresents what they're saying. Suppressing court video. Yes, Nick, in layman's terms, that's what you're doing. There are people who are asking the court, hey, we'd like to watch this. And you file a motion that says, don't let these fuckers watch this. Okay? So when a layman says you're trying to suppress court video, this is what's frustrating. You know what they mean, but you're spinning it, and then you're going, what? I didn't lie.
Oh, does he mean when we opposed the request to record the pretrial hearing?
You know what he means.
There's a rule that says you can't record them? Yeah. Yeah, we did oppose that.
He's really chugging on that tea. It's like me on a Celsius. Too much dead air. What is this? Potentially criminal?
So,
I'm fucking kidding, Sean.
There's a specific rule that says that these things can't be broadcast or recorded. And so all we did was say, yeah, let's just enforce the rule there, Judge.
Do you think Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, or Kyle Rittenhouse, Nick Rekieta would file the same motion? Let's say this was anyone but Nick Rekieta. Would he be on Null's side, or would he be on Nick's side? That's all I want to ask. I don't care what he says now. I understand. Look, if he would just come out and, again, I would respect this opinion of, this makes me look fucking terrible. I don't know what embarrassing shit is going to happen. I'd rather the whole world didn't see this so that I could get dunked on in real time. It's fucking embarrassing. I'm going to fight this tooth and nail. Okay, respect. We all know that's how you feel anyway. Just fucking go with that. Who couldn't understand that? If you have any empathy in your soul, you'd understand why somebody wouldn't want that. But instead, it's just, oh, I'm just playing by the rule. I'm just a rule guy. You know, Mr. Ounce of Coke. I'm just a rule guy. Mr. 9-year-old tested positive for cocaine. I'm just a rule guy, don't you know? Gee golly shucks and all that. Come on, dude.
And there are reasons for the rule, and those reasons were laid out in the motion.
But there are also reasons that old, used to be famous Nick Rekieta disagrees with until it had to be him. It had to be him. Ep Didn't says, Aaron, I told you, you can't unsee the tea thing. You will start feeling like you're drowning. They are abnormally long sips. Snowcat Tish says, Sean does have a lot of dead air. I'm allowed to shit on Sean. The rest of you, you're getting banned. I'm fucking with you. Sean does have a lot of dead air. I'm constantly checking to see if my Wi-Fi is crashing when I watch his streams. Sean is a legitimately funny guy who doesn't take himself too seriously, and I like that. You know what I don't like? He keeps calling me retarded. Fucking hurts my feelings. Since I've been on this journey of self-improvement since the old polycule days, I think it's time for a little honesty. And my honesty is I don't mind being vulnerable anymore. Every time Sean shits on me, or he and Josh Meme Copium are on and they shit on me, it hurts my feelings. I was watching it last night, and when they were calling it tard jousting, I was like, it's funny. Stings a little. It hurts. Makes me not feel good. Gives me a weird feeling in my tummy. At first, I thought that was just gay, but turns out it hurts my fifis. Thank you very much to, oh Christ, I always forget. King Kong Dong says, it's reached the point where you almost feel bad for the guy. Wait, I had a rock in my shoe. I forgot I was saying must not have been that important. David, thank you for $1. I appreciate that. Connie with 25. Oh, shit. First thing it says is, please don't read my name or message on air. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to read it real quick. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Fuck, I'm terrible. Like, dude, if you guys send me something and you're like, don't read my name, don't say my name, just know that since the radio days, I was the worst fucking. Hey, I remember what I wanted to say to Sean, you little cunt bag. I hope he's still here, you little bundle of shit. Somebody asked in your chat, other than Ricada fucking his wife, is Aaron known for anything else? I was the #1 morning show host, talk show host in this area for a couple of years. And I brought that audience over from radio to here. So there's that too, Sean, you know. That hurt my feelings too yesterday. That hurt I have to admit, Sean hurt my feelings on that one as well. I got over it. You know, I worked through it because I was entertained. Sam Show says, Kiwi Farms describes you as some irrelevant nerd. You know what, though? Like, for Kiwi Farms, that's kind of nice. You know what I mean? It's kind of that's actually polite for them. 245 away from today. Thank you very much. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, difference is you're a gay F word and emotionally invested into these 3 waste of air junkies. New boot goofing. Honestly, if you want to help junkies, there's millions of them, so do it on your free time. All right, fine. We won't help anybody. Let's just go back to shitting on people. 2 more clips left. Mentions the PDF on the farms and how he thinks he requested the search warrant data when I believe Nick filed or claimed that he wanted the body cam footage. He brought it up because of the previously mentioned rule. And then he says legal mindset colluded with the PDF. I don't know. If that 2 minute and 29 seconds, I'll skip this one. I don't care about that one. He pauses for a while, then has to make fun of legal mindset again. Oh, where's that clip where he's like almost crying about the person who reported him? That was the clip I wanted. Are we not getting that one? Shit. Well, those of you who are kind of tired of this, you might get your wish. Because I thought that was in this series of clips. It's back further in the Kiwi Farm stuff. Look at how often he is drinking from the mug. Yeah, people have been saying they're like, the sweet tea thing's going to fucking drive you insane. Yeah, this is all him accusing people of lying and shit like that. All right. The MN Public Records thing was kind of interesting. We're pushing an hour on this already. But the MN Public Records thing was interesting. It was the closing arguments of the CPS hearing from back in June. And essentially what the county said was that these kids are still in danger. We can't recommend these parents, being allowed to be around their kids unsupervised. These kids can't go home yet. It's not safe. Their big thing was these two won't release their fucking hair follicle tests, which I get it. It's because they didn't get immunity from the criminal case. But at the same time, you should have just settled the fucking criminal case if this was about your kids, got your kids back, taken the probation. Minnesota doesn't want to throw people in prison for this. They want to divert. You would have gotten a diversion. You would have stayed out of prison, been clean for 30 or 60 days or whatever, gotten your kids back. We might be done with this whole thing by now. But you fought your case at the expense of getting your kids back sooner. We can talk about semantics. We can talk about gaslighting. We can talk about all that. But facts are facts. You release that hair follicle test. You get a drug prevention plan or whatever it is from CPS. You get an agreement in place because the hair follicle test is going to be positive. We know this. I know this because it's up to 60 days. I was in your house in that last 60 days. You were doing cocaine. Those hair follicle tests are going to be positive. But you've suppressed them. If you would release them and you would go, here, we did it. Now we get on the path. What do you need from us in order to get our children back so we can go back to living a normal life and get better and get help? They didn't do that. They went, nope, not fucking over our criminal case. Keep our kids for a little while longer. We got to fight this criminal case. You could have had your children back earlier. You chose not to. Facts are facts. So the funny part about the newest leak is where in the closing arguments, Nick's lawyer, who, remember, he said that these lawyers that they were appointed, this, Don Weber and John Mueller. First of all, I know John Mueller. John Mueller's a fucking good attorney with a shitload of experience. He's very, very good. I know the guy. He's a good guy, great lawyer. You're lucky to have John W. Mueller. Don Weber, I'm not familiar with. But it sounds like in all of these papers, they did a great job. They had pieces of shit for clients, and they did a great job representing them. They had to tard wrangle one of them. I don't think you need to guess who. So when the judge was going through their judgment, Nick interrupted the fucking judge twice. Nick, Mr. Master of the Universe, can't conceive anyone being in charge but him, wanted to interrupt the judge twice. In the transcript here, the judge is going on about placement. These efforts have been hampered by the parents in this case, specifically if, and I think they were going to start talking about the releasing the hair follicle tests. Nick then said, this time thinking it was wise to interrupt the judge himself mid-sentence, only to get the glib retort of, no, I'm speaking now. Okay, Mr. Rekieta? Oh, that's a t-shirt. No, I'm speaking now. Okay, Mr. Rekieta? So the judge was not having this. Never one to understand social cues. It didn't take long for him to double down and interrupt the judge mid-sentence all over again. Your Honor, may I make a brief statement to the court? Judge Helgeson would have none of it, saying, not at this time. We've been here for 2 hours, Mr. Rekieta. I want to move on. I feel like that hasn't happened to Nick very often in his life. I don't think he's been told that by too many people. So that's got to be a bit of a new experience. So Nick lied once again. He said the county was probably very happy with these lawyers. These lawyers didn't do a good job for us. He insinuated all these things. And we see in all these documents, those lawyers did the best job with what they had. First of all, they had relatively uncooperative clients who wouldn't do everything in their power to get their kids back. So they had to work around that. You gave them an obstacle that they had to try to work around. And then you got pissy with them because you did. And the reason you got pissy with them is because you didn't get your way. Those lawyers, without you being able to release those tests, those lawyers weren't going to get your kids back that day. You were fucked because nobody in that room trusted you. Approachable wants to move on. Yeah, I think that's called an objection, says Dive Bar. Well, it wasn't an objection, though. Approachable says, this has gone on long enough and it's time to move on. That sounds familiar. I watched this episode a month ago, says Mick Luck. All right, Let's move on. That's why I kind of did the brief synopsis of the MN Public Records thing. Mr. Approachable with $5 says, Aaron, I think you're pudgy and your hairline sucks. By the way, don't read this message or my name on air. Thank you. Denise with $2. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You're very kind. 240 is the number as we move on to many, many other things today. We've got, we did the Bill Maher thing. Apparently RFK Jr. is, he keeps peddling. I kind of appreciate what RFK Jr. is doing because he's peddling his 3 or 4% that he has, which by the way is enough to sway this thing for Trump or for Harris. And he keeps trying to play kingmaker. And in his playing kingmaker, he's trying to leverage this for a cabinet position. Why not? I mean, some people have said, I've read some people talking about RFK Jr. and they're like, this is kind of a scummy move. This is kind of a shitbag move. I mean, yeah, but why not? Like, this is a great way to move up. Does he have a cabinet position now? No. Could he get a cabinet position for dropping out of the race? Fuck yeah. I think Trump is more likely to give it to him, by the way, because Trump's a wild card. Trump doesn't have like these party favors he needs to return. He doesn't have these allies that, these pesky people who want to endorse him and get something from him. The ones that do, they're very transparent. But RFK Jr. goes to Kamala Harris, and it's like the Democratic Party already has their roster picked out for who they want to be in her cabinet. Trump, who knows? He could fucking pick The Rock for something, and we'd be like, geez, what? Out of nowhere? Like housing and urban development, Dwayne The Rock Johnson? I did not see that one coming. Didn't he put, it wasn't the pizza guy, it was the brain surgeon he put in charge of something. Was Ben Carson the Surgeon General? Or no, Ben Carson was like housing and urban development, which is weird because wasn't Ben Carson a brain surgeon? Why not Surgeon General? And Trump went, well, he's black. Put him in charge of urban housing, But he'll do some shit like that. He'll pull a rabbit out of the hat. So RFK Jr. going to Trump does make sense. And now, what are we on, Thursday? Tomorrow, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is expected to end his campaign, endorse Donald Trump. Now, what we know is that he did ask Kamala Harris for a cabinet position in exchange for him dropping out of the race and endorsing Kamala Harris. Apparently that was a no-go. If he went to Trump with the same offer and he's dropping out of the race tomorrow, it looks like we might get RFK Jr. in the cabinet. I don't know what he'd do. What is he other than Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s son? Or Robert F. Kennedy Sr.'s son? I don't get it. I know that he has the speech thing and he says that was because of vaccines. I don't know. Scooby Jooby Jew says, wasn't Linda McMahon on Trump's cabinet? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Linda McMahon, fucking Vince's wife, who, that poor woman. That poor woman. I mean, what her husband has put her through over the years, and she's still there. She is the fucking Kayla Ricada of pro wrestling. Linda McMahon. All right, I'm done. So RFK Jr. looks like he'll get something. Coltrane says have him the head of the FDA. Sam Show says it's because he had a worm eating his fucking brain. Well, he thinks the worm came from the vaccine. Again, I'm not a fucking doctor. Coltrane says, look up what Ben Carson did at HUD. Dude found billions in waste. Well, that's good. Good for Ben Carson if he did that. And then 4 years later, they put the other people in there, and the fucking fraud and waste came pouring right back with a vengeance, unfortunately. So RFK Jr., let's play this. And
RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, says that their independent presidential campaign is weighing its options this way. Watch.
There's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walt's presidency. Or
hold on, wait a minute, go back. Holy, what the fuck is she doing an interview with? Is this the human version of Beaker from the Muppets? Every time he asks a question, does he go, meep, 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 meep? This is an unfortunate looking dude. This guy's frightening. I'm going to see this guy in my dreams. This is the fucking Babadook. This guy. Oh, he does not look like a good time. You know, it takes a lot of muscles to just frown like that. You got to try to do that. Hold on. Yeah, that hurts. I don't want to look like that. I look like a fish.
We walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump.
You didn't let her
Shanahan
finish.
said that they're concerned about taking more votes away from Trump and Vance than from Harris and Walz.
Huh.
Trump was asked about a potential RFK Jr. endorsement and whether he would consider offering Kennedy a spot in his administration if he wins in November. This is what he told our Kristen Holmes.
I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something
Holy
like
shit.
that would happen. He's a very different kind of a guy, very smart guy.
Countdown to CNN calling RFK Jr. a Nazi. Countdown. We're going to find out how much CNN hates Trump because now they're going to have to go after the fucking Kennedys. Kennedy! Sorry. I shouldn't have fallen off the Celsius wagon today. I'm doing the Sam Hyde bit. I get a little sugar in me and I get a little cuckoo. But I want to see if CNN hates Trump so much that they'll try to destroy the Kennedy name.
And yeah, I would be honored by that endorsement.
Who the fuck just cleared their voice like a mongoloid?
By that endorsement. Alex, I mean, they seem to say the quiet part out loud here, at least Nicole Shanahan did. Like, well, we're concerned there's a risk that we might actually elect Harris and Walz.
It's not the quiet part. The quiet part out loud is where you accidentally say something. Nicolette Sheridan, or is it Nicole Sheridan? Oh, where'd I get Nicolette Sheridan from? Is that a member of the Pussycat Dolls? Anyway, saying the quiet part out loud is where you slip and you say something and you don't realize you said it. Sheridan meant to say, we don't want Kamala Harris to be president. If I'm trying to seem impartial between a bologna and turkey sandwich, and I say something like, even though bologna is, tastes a little funny, I like both sandwiches. That's a little bit of the quiet part out loud. If I just straight up don't like bologna, like I don't want a fucking bologna sandwich. That's not me saying the quiet part out loud. That's just me making a statement. CNN wants to make it look like, oh, she didn't mean to say that. No, she did.
Which, I interviewed RFK Jr. and the concern from his family is that he was going to get Donald Trump elected by
I was going to say the concern from his family is going to be he's going to go to a hotel kitchen and get his head blown off. It's a family tradition. They asked me, Robert, why you drink? They asked me, Robert, why does that gun smoke? We shouldn't do a family tradition parody to Kennedy's getting their heads blown off. It's even I would say that's in poor taste.
Doing this, and he's been trying to insist, no, it's really about me. It's about the fact that I should be president. But how do you think? I mean, he's also clearly playing both sides here. He's gone to the Harris team as well behind the scenes. The Harris team has not responded publicly. What's he playing at, and what impact does it have?
I mean, I think what's he playing at? Everybody just told you what he's playing at. Like CNN's like, hey. You know that thing they just said that they're trying to do? What do you think they're trying to do? They're trying to do what they're trying to do.
Playing at staying relevant after this election. And the way you do that is you get a job in the next administration, which is why he was trying to meet with both sides. Now, Kamala Harris's team has made clear, no, we don't want this. And Trump has been quietly and behind the scenes trying to court RFK Jr. for over a month now. And even
you can tell that CNN finds this damaging to Kamala Harris because they would be reporting this so different if RFK was ready to drop out and endorse Kamala Harris. They'd be going, this is a game changer. He's a kingmaker. This is amazing. This will put her over the top. But he's going to endorse Trump. So they're like, well, Kamala didn't really want anything to do with him anyway. It wasn't, he's just kind of shopping around and trying to stay relevant. It's just all right there.
The team even sort of courting him for a bit. And if he does drop out and endorse Donald Trump, that is not a huge portion of the vote, but it's part of it, and it could actually make a difference. And in some ways, this could be the Democratic Party almost doing too good of a job against RFK Jr., where they no longer see a path.
Jake, this was this. I mean, I mean, the amount of, I hate to use the word again, but the amount of coping that CNN is doing over this shit is just remarkable. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, make RFK Jr. the press secretary. Oh, God, no. No, thank you. All right, everybody, we're here to talk about what the president said yesterday and what we're going to do about no. Somebody says CIA director. Yes. Yes. I would love that. Make him the CIA director, please. And then he can undo all the files on his uncle and his dad. Oh, I like that. That's poetic. I like that poetic shit. You know, and Trump kind of likes that stuff too. Let's get a little poetic justice for RFK Jr. That would be good. I like that. Okay, whoever said that, that's my new favorite idea. RFK Jr. for CIA director. Blade Nicotero with $5 says, your hair looks great lately. Fuck you. And you look great in a suit also. I'm not going to deny that. I looked fucking nice. However, that video they got of me walking in the parking lot, I do look like I'm goose stepping a little bit. And maybe that was because I was, in fact, goose stepping. I just don't like that it was, that my celebratory walks are caught on camera. It's a bad look. 2:35 away from today. If you guys want to throw in, it is our last goal of the week. Thank you very much. Let's hammer out 2:35 and call this another win for the toe. SC Motorsports says, Nicolette Sheridan was one of your favorite Desperate Housewives. Oh, okay. See, I knew that I wasn't saying the name right. Bigot on Socialist Media says, no one in Rumble chat tried to convince me RFK isn't a Democrat. I think more than being a Democrat, because I do think RFK Jr. is more liberal than conservative, but I think more than anything, I think RFK Jr. is an opportunist. And that's what he's going for here. Approachable says, Kennedy doesn't drink every time he's at the bar. And someone says, who wants shots? He ducks and covers. Oh. McBuster says, you look great in a suit, a hazmat suit. I don't even, that one, you know what? My feelings can be hurt. That one didn't do it. Dive Bar says, you looked very handsome. Other than that, the look of despair you had. That's funny because I make weird faces sometimes. I have odd facial expressions. I just always have. I couldn't help it. But like, I was not in despair. I was very happy with how everything went. And it all was, exactly according to plan. So yeah, I did have a weird look on my face though. That's for sure. Buffalo Jockey says, your hair looks good. Too bad your man tits distract people from your hair. See, now this is all really hurtful. This is all really mean. I don't know if you guys know this. I know you don't mean to hurt me. I know this is all unintentional on your part, but it hurts my feelings. Let's go to the texts. RFK, head of Department of Interior. Do we even know what that is? Tulsi Gabbard, Veterans Affairs. I like that pick. Vivek Ramaswamy, Secretary of State. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if he's qualified for that one. Mike Flynn, Secretary of Defense. Don't hate it. The Surgeon General can't practice medicine while in office, so lots of qualified people refuse to take the job because they still want to see patients. Okay. Cheeseburger says, I'm sorry, Aaron. Melton paid me $300 to show up last night. Don't apologize. You were in my corner. You had my back. You were cool. Next time, just tell me. Just be like, hey, Melton paid me $300 to be here. I'd be like, cool. I mean, that was a great look for us. I mean, we showed up. We got in the ring. We were dancing around. We had our people there. It was all good. He didn't show up. I have no problem with people coming in and watching that. Now Ralph is like, I'll be there tonight at 7. Oh, fuck you, Will. Stop it. You can hop in there at 8 o'clock after I've been sparring for an hour, and then I'll still fucking crush you, you retard. Aaron has, King Kong Dong says Aaron has public resting bitch face. A little bit. I do. Aaron's taking inspiration from the toe bro yesterday. Yeah, our toe bro really fucking crushed it in front of Ethan Ralph yesterday. That was great. He was the real star of everything. I just made Ethan Ralph look like an idiot. That's not difficult to do. That was like lifting a finger. But that guy went and confronted him and got him to deny the name his daddy gave him because he was worried it was a process server. He was worried it was, somebody looking to punch him in the schnoz. But the funniest part, Ralph is a walking L machine. And I think it's just due to lack of intelligence. But he was like, "Are you Ralph?" "I don't know, Ethan Ralph." He never said Ethan Ralph, retard. "Are you John?" "I don't know, Elton John." Why the fuck would you think Elton John? If you knew my friend John. Sam Show says, "Don't cover your nipples after reading that." That was not intentional, I swear to God. My dad and I both are very comfortable kind of standing with our arms crossed. I kind of have a Ricky Bobby problem where I don't know what to do with my hands. So like I'll wave them all over the place while I'm talking. I don't know. Maybe that's a Guinea thing. I don't know. But here, we'll go like this. Diglett says, what, going to lose a third time? Well, yeah, if he doesn't show up now tonight during sparring, that's a third loss in 2 days. It's fucking awful. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, did you buy your suit off Amazon? If so, pathetic. No, you got to get your suits tailored so they fit you right. That's why it fits so nice. That's why I look like such a handsome boy. That's why I look so goddamn fuckable on Tuesday. And if you're a steel toe hater, just admit that, you were thinking about it. You're gay to begin with, especially if you're a Melton fan. You're a homosexual. So don't fight it. 2:35 away from today. If you guys want to chip in, please chip in. Let's hammer out the last one for the week. Let's go on a rally now because I was talking about a lot of that happy horse shit. So let's go ahead and rally up. Throw a couple of bucks the toes way. Click on that Streamlabs and PayPal and Venmo link, and we'll get it taken care of. Oh, we've got to talk about this Joe Biden economy thing, the fake job. Did you see the fake job story? I didn't even know you could do this. I didn't know you could fake jobs numbers, and that's probably like really naive of me, but I didn't know that you were allowed to just fucking lie about the jobs numbers. They legit, in multiple months, lied about the amount of jobs created because, remember, greatest economy ever, greatest job growth ever. They faked like 1 million jobs. I didn't know you could even do that. I bet you if you're a Republican, you can't do that. But there's something about that. They give the Democrats a different kind of skeleton key, I think. Guys, I'm going to go pee out this Celsius real quick because it's, And we'll be back in a second. Fire up the music here real quick. I'll be back in a minute and a half. And we'll get back to this shit. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Aaron Rodgers is mad at being called gay. John Cena hates sex scenes. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up. We got more of your texts in just a little bit. How about some super chats, Venmos, and PayPals while I'm out? Be back in just a second. I'm back. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people were thinking, well, maybe this is it. Maybe he'll slip, he'll fall, he'll break his fucking neck. No dice. Dive Bar says, I missed it. More golf shorts? No, basketball shorts today. I got my old Gophers shorts on from high school. I love these. You know, you just have like old fucking clothes that you can't get rid of. You just love them so much. And not to brag, but all my high school shit still fits me. I was just chunky in high school. It's not saying that I'm in great shape now. I was just a little, I was a little pudgy boy in high school. All right, guys, 235 away from today's goal. If you feel like throwing in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, go for it. Let's knock this one out. I'm always excited to get rid of the last one of the week. That's always really exciting to me. Did you go to that one suit place right next to the food court at the St. Cloud Mall, Loaf Piggy? No, that is not where I go to have my suits. I love how I have to be right next to the food court. Get it? Because I'm fat. Dive Bar says, that was quick. Did you piss in a milk jug? No, the bathroom's just literally right across the way here from the studio. So you pee, you wash your hands, you scrub up, you come back. It's pretty easy. I have a very healthy prostate. So it all comes. It's the size of a fucking. What size are they supposed to be? Mine's the size of a grape. Is that good? Whatever's good, that's what mine's the size of. I don't know. I've never had anyone back there to check. Contrary to popular opinion, I've never had anyone back there to check. As was predicted, the Biden administration just admitted that 818,000 jobs in the strongest economy ever were fake. Now, this is naive me. I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could just fucking release numbers and lie. Like that, if you and I did that, that would be a fucking crime because those job numbers drive the stock market. People's investments, companies' values go up and down based on the job numbers. So if you and I release numbers, let's flip that the other way. If I was a publicly traded company and I released my job numbers and I lied about 818,000 of them, wouldn't I go to jail? Like, isn't that fraud? God, the government gets away with a lot of shit. You have Social Security where if I tried to do Social Security, I'd go to jail for a Ponzi scheme if I ran it the same way the government did. And then you have shit like making up jobs, which would be fraud for any other company, but they just get to do it. La-di-da, move on. Oh, well. They get to admit it. They get to just go, yeah, we just bullshitted and invented these. And why did they hang on to this until after November? That seems kind of silly. Let's go ahead and watch this. Jim Acosta, whose face is, I think, melting over the years, slowly like a candle. Let's go ahead and watch him on CNN.
Some breaking news into CNN right now. The job growth has been far weaker in the U.S. than originally reported. That is according to new data just coming in this morning. Let's go.
Look at these motherfuckers. I just want to point something out. When they talk about Trump doing something fucked up, their eyebrows are always up. They're always very, very excited to talk about it. Look at Jim Acosta's eyebrows are almost poking him in his pupils. He has such a furrowed brow of worry over these job numbers being shitty for Harris and Biden. Like when they report negative shit for Biden and Harris, it looks like they're about to start crying. When they report negative shit for Trump, it's like they're about to start dancing.
Get right to CNN's Matt Egan. What's the headline, Matt?
Jim, 818,000 fewer jobs were added during the period between April 2023 and March of this year.
Dude.
We were bracing for these revisions to come out and show that job growth was weaker. And
why? That's what I don't understand. Why were you bracing for this? Why were you able to be like, oh yeah, they just bullshitted almost over 750,000 jobs? Why can you just expect that?
That is what we got. This is probably on the high end of the expectations. Some of the forecasters had been saying probably around a few 100,000 jobs. Goldman Sachs had said maybe up to 1 million. So this is on the higher end. We're seeing some of the...
Why though? Like, answer me why. Why is this okay? Why is this allowed? Why do we just accept this? This is basically saying, yeah, all these motherfuckers are going to lie. We're fine with it. Eventually, the numbers will come out, and we'll count them up.
biggest revisions downward in sectors that include manufacturing, leisure and hospitality, professional and business services. Of course, some sectors actually added more jobs than were previously known. Private education, health services, transportation, and warehousing. We look at the market, not a massive reaction from the market. I think that's in part because this is somewhat backwards-looking data. What investors really care about is what happens next. And these numbers out today, they do support the idea that the jobs market has been weaker than we previously thought and that it has been slowing down.
Wait, whoa. I can't let them get away with that horse shit. Oh, this is what we thought, that the labor market was weaker and that, no. You assholes have been shouting strongest economy ever, best recovery ever. Look at all the jobs Biden's created. He's amazing. He's incredible. And now when they have to revise it downward, you guys, again, gaslight the shit out of the American people by going, well, we've been telling you that the job market is not that strong and that, shit's not going to be going well for a while. It's like, whoa. Your main selling point of this whole administration, other than they're not Trump, is great economy, amazing job growth. So this is just you throwing bullshit out there, and hopefully we don't notice how much you've lied.
That makes sense because we know the Fed has been working hard to slow the economy down as it tries to fight inflation. So I do think that the fact that the economy had...
Yeah, don't blame Biden and Harris. Did you catch that? And I don't mind people blaming the Federal Reserve for shit because they got to take a lot of blame. But you notice it's not Biden Harris. It's, well, we know that because the Fed is trying to slow down the economy. Yeah, see, Biden's just doing this great fucking job. It's that damn Federal Reserve that... I mean, very rarely will you ever hear me say this, but this is not the Federal Reserve's fault all the way. It's partially, but not all. I mean, keeping interest rates at zero for about 20 years, it's a little, that might be a bit problematic.
More than 800,000 fewer jobs than previously known supports the idea that the Fed is going to start cutting interest rates next month. The question still remains whether or not it's a quarter of a point or a larger interest rate cut. But either way, it's going to lower mortgage rates, credit card rates, and car loan rates. Jim?
Yeah, so CNN trying to spin those numbers as not Harris and Biden's fault, trying to spin it as, you know what, we kind of knew this was going to happen anyway. Nothing too big happened here. Don't worry about it, folks. We're good. Addicted to Ubiquity with $2 says, what character on Better Call Saul are you most like? Boy, that's a good one. Huel Babineau. I'm Huel. Is that fair? $5 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says they are going to bury it right away. Oh yeah, we're not going to hear anything more about this, about these 815,000 jobs. No way in hell are we going to hear more about these jobs. We're done. That's it. They covered it. They're finished. Thank you guys very much. $230 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, all the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Rumble Rants, and all those links are in the chat. Go ahead and click on them. Throw us a few bucks. Let's go on a rally. Let's get this thing to about 150 or so. What do you say? Appreciate it. You wash your hands. That's funny, one person writes in. I do. I'm a scrub-a-dub-dub kind of guy. My hands smell like soap. They smell lovely. My hands smelled like shit yesterday after the gym. I had hand wraps. I rolled my hand wraps up and then put them in the bag after last Thursday, so they fucking reeked. Oh, and I had to put these wraps on, and then I take them off, and then terrible. My headgear stunk like shit. I'm the stinky kid in class all of a sudden. So yes, $230 is our number for today. If you'd like to contribute, we do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Apparently, Aaron Rodgers is not happy that people keep calling him gay. Now, I can understand this. I don't think any straight man wants to hear rumors that he's a mo. That to me doesn't seem like a lot of people are laughing at Aaron Rodgers today and laughing at this interview he gave. They're like, when we called him gay, it got to him. I'm like, well, yeah, of course it did. Why wouldn't it? Of course it bothers him that people were calling him a homosexual when he's not. I mean, you did date a butch NASCAR driver, but, to each their own. Didn't he date some hot actress, though, too? Wasn't he with Olivia Munn? Wasn't she an Aaron Rodgers gal for a while? So Aaron Rodgers isn't gay. That's something that us Vikings fans want him to be because he was a Packer for so long. They're all gay. You just verified that and more, Mr. Handy. I don't. Ep didn't says, Brown, I've never seen in my life someone brag about years of boxing with arms like that. It's got to be some kind of joke. What can I tell you? Boxing isn't about muscle, by the way. In fact, if you're jacked as shit, you're going to gas out faster in the ring. Those muscles need oxygen. It's about technique. It's about footwork. It's about hand speed. Boxing is it's a technical game. It's chess, not checkers. Rodgers fucked Danica Patrick. She looks like a little boy. I always thought Danica Patrick was kind of cute. I mean, put it this way. If you saw Danica Patrick in a bar or at an event or something like that, and she came up and talked to you, you would flirt with Danica Patrick. You're trying to judge her by celebrity standards. I'm trying to judge her by person standards. He's gay for tearing his ACL at the first drive. Well, it was torn Achilles, wasn't it? Him and Kirk Cousins both. Dead Game says, hey, if you're referring to Danica Patrick, far from ugly. Yeah, I don't think she's ugly. I just called her Butch because she's a NASCAR driver. Jeez. Yeah, Packer Backer says Butch NASCAR driver. When I said Butch, I meant because she does a dude thing. Yeah, these are the SI swimsuit photos. Yeah, she looks nice. Are you kidding? Get the fuck out of here. Aaron Rodgers got himself a nice girl. And then they broke up. Aaron Rodgers is just one of those guys who just is kind of unlucky in love, right? He's had Olivia Munn. He's had Danica Patrick. Yeah, she's cute. She's nice looking. Maybe Butch was the wrong word. When I said Butch, I mean, like, again, she drives a race car. It's not usually an effeminate thing to do. I apologize for using the wrong word. Let's go ahead and listen to Aaron Rodgers. So he's upset that people thought he was gay.
Crazy rumors that swirl around you from time to time that are just silly. I have no idea what you could be referring to. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Aaron Rodgers is gay story? Yeah. Oh, well, you know what? So you're aware that you saw this out there? Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm not gay.
That's always the worst, isn't it? When you have to just say it. You know, that's my existence every day, Aaron. Welcome. I hate that. Just got to go out. I'm not gay, you guys. I swear. Whenever you have to add the I swear part, that sucks too. Guys, I promise I'm not gay. I don't like beards and mustaches tickling my balls. That's weird.
Really, really like women. That's all I can say about that. You know, I would.
That's weird if you were like, I really, really like women. They're pretty clothes. I like to touch their hair. I like to keep some in my basement, chained to a radiator, and tell them how pretty they are while they cry. Not gay, bro.
Say, I would just add this, that, you know, I've gotten to know you for a while, and I know how you feel about social issues. I know where you stand on certain things. I know you're an intensely private guy.
You know, like a closeted homosexual. What?
And I didn't know if we were going to address this or not. I would say this, that the fact that your private life has remained as private as it has throughout the whole process of you becoming a celebrity, I know how important that is to you, but I also know how much maybe sometimes things bother you, that, you know, if maybe people are disrespectful, not toward you, but maybe even to a group of people. And I you know, from my perspective,
I like that. They're trying to play the, like, it's disrespectful to gay people to call Aaron Rodgers gay. Aaron Rodgers is a get for the gay community, dude. If you've got one of the best quarterbacks of all time and he's on your side, that's a win. It's not disrespectful to the gay community. If you would have said Butterbean is gay, then I would say maybe you're kind of short shrifting the gay community. But Aaron Rodgers, that's a steal.
It bothered me that there was almost some feeling of, that it was almost to make you look bad. And I don't think that it should be that way. That's my
No, everybody was calling Aaron Rodgers, the big macho football player, gay because they just wanted to correct the record.
opinion. I was disappointed in that. But
well, there's always going to be silly stuff out there in the media that just, you can't worry too much about, and I don't.
When people accuse you of being gay, you don't go throwing the word silly around all willy-nilly, pal. Jesus. Protect kayfabe. Sam Show says it talks like a oh, come on. Everybody hates Aaron Rodgers so much that they're just ignoring him and just saying he's gay. How dare you? She was probably pegging him, says MSO. Dive Bar says, how do you know Butterbean isn't gay? Well, I guess I don't. Las Tejas says all Aarons are gay. That is not true. I repeat, not true. Cocktiff says there are plenty of gay quarterbacks in the NFL. Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott. It's fine. See? Kirk Cousins isn't a Viking anymore. I don't have to defend him. Death Beholden says, I don't dabble in that silliness. Right. Totally makes you not gay. Totally makes you not gay. All right, $230 away from this morning. Let's go ahead and chisel that down. You guys have been knocking all of them out with relative ease this week, and I can't tell you how much easier that's made this week of shows. I can't tell you how much easier that's made, putting these on for you. So thank you very much. Let's hammer out this last 230. Let's call it another win for the toe, and go till 10:30 today, and then have a fun Rumble Friday tomorrow and be done for. Holy shit, we're almost done for the week already. Yesterday was wild, man. I'll tell you, I had a lot of fun yesterday. Usually Wednesdays are really hectic. And, got the kids here all day and trying to find something for them to do. We did a little garage sailing and, I cooked for them and we played some bocce ball and shit out in the yard. It was a good time. But, usually after that, I have a morning show before I pick them up. I have an evening show after I drop them off. And usually I'm fucking wiped on Wednesday nights. And to be honest, I felt pretty good yesterday. Then we had the two victories over Ethan Ralph, and now he's apparently been seething about that all morning, which I can't tell you how happy that makes me. Just, again, kind of all systems go for the toe, as it were. Let's see. Oh, God. People telling Ethan Ralph your mouth wrote a check that your ass couldn't cash. I don't think you should have to count on it. I don't think you should have to count it on your official record as an L, but it's going to hinder negotiations on your next big money bout, says Dr. Chow. That's my boy, Dr. Chow. He knows. Oh. Prayer says, did Nick try to set you up, trying to lure you into a fight by being in the chat on Keno Casino? Maybe you should be a concerned citizen. Just watched last night's show. Aaron was worried maybe he sent some bad people there to hurt you. I don't think he's that dumb. But, no, in the chat, it was funny because in the chat, Nick was like, I couldn't hurt anyone unless they pulled a muscle. You went there every Thursday because your wife wanted to watch, the girls wanted to watch me box. You went there every Thursday. You saw Jeb and I go at it. Big Hoss and I. And then, there was a fucking Brainerd middleweight. Goddamn. Blake Maher. I love that guy. He's fucking great. He would make some eyes at Kayla from time to time. Blake Maher, he thought Kayla was the bee's knee. He was, that young man, he liked the older gals. That was funny. We would always tease Kayla, Blake Maher has a thing for you. Hey, you could tell she was flattered. And I remember one time Nick got real mad at me. He was fucking drunk. He was just being, it was the day he left Coke next to my kid. And he was yelling and screaming and pounding and hollering and screaming. He goes, and I know you can kick my ass. I don't care. I'm like, I know the first part's true. I'm not so sure that second part's true. So it is kind of funny to watch Nick in public be a very different guy than Nick in private. That was funny to me. So yeah, all right. It looks like I think so. Ralph says he's going to show up at 7:00 tonight. I mean, that makes it easy for me because I'll already be there. He will have to talk to Scott now, though, because Scott's going to be there. You know, I'm not going to. I would have been in charge last night. Scott's going to be in charge tonight. If you're going to get ring time, you got to go to Scott. I will tell Scott that if he comes to you, let him in the ring. Allow him in. I will definitely pave the way for him. Bigot on Socialist Media with $7. Thank you. Trucker 18 Wheeler with 5 says Aaron Rodgers isn't gay is something a gay would say. See, now you're setting me up where I can't win, because if he's gay and I defend, if I say he's not gay, you're going to say, well, that's just because you're gay, Aaron, and you're trying to simp for him. Can't win with you people. All right, guys, we are 220 away from today's goal. Keep those rallies coming. Keep those contributions coming. And let's hammer this thing out. I would like to see 150 by the top of the hour. That would be pretty cool. Right now we're at 220. Let's see if we can get down there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media, Inc. on Venmo. Thanks for all your support. John Cena was on, who is a Shannon Sharp's show. And by the way, Shannon Sharp has a pretty well-produced and put-together video podcast. It's put on by, I think, DraftKings. But I don't know how big of an audience he has, but he has a shitload of what was I going to say? Shitload of great guests on his show. He had John Cena on recently, and I actually found this kind of interesting because it is kind of a look behind the scenes. He was asking John Cena about sex scenes in movies and what they're like, because I've always thought about sex scenes as like about the most uncomfortable thing you can do. And it's too bad because the person you're doing the sex scene with is probably very attractive. Like the woman you're with is probably super hot, but it's anything but sexual. First of all, you have like 50 people watching you and you're simulating sex. You're not actually doing it. And you have to simulate the motions and the sounds and the everything else. And, you know, you got people telling you, like, turn this way for the camera and kiss them like this and blah, blah, blah. It's got to be the worst fucking thing in the world. I wonder if we Google, I wonder if there's any sex scenes in movies that were real. Like, people just went ahead and fucking did it. Sex scenes in movies that were real. Like, people actually did it. 13 movies where the stars actually had sex on screen. Fuck. All right. Yorgos Lanthimos, director of 2024 Oscar-nominated movie Poor Things, used explicit, unsimulated sex scenes in one of his earlier Greek films called Dogtooth. Oh, that's not Greek films. I want, like, real ones. There are three versions of Female Vampire. Nah, come on, real movies. You probably recognize Crispin Glover fucked on film. Oh, God. Crispin Glover from his several blockbuster roles, but he also directed experimental films. Yeah, see, these are all Brown Bunny. Robert Pattinson, when called on to simulate masturbating in the 2008 film Little Ashes, felt his efforts weren't coming off realistic enough, so he went ahead and jacked it on camera. Robert Pattinson just whacked off on camera. Who is he? DSP? By the way, King Phil. I salute King Phil. 2015's Love became a hit on Netflix this year after TikTokers turned watching the film's graphic opening scene featuring unsimulated sex into a TikTok challenge. In the Lars von Trier 2013 film Nymphomaniac, Shia LaBeouf, Charlotte Gainsbourg, Stellan Skarsgård, and Uma Thurman all perform in unsimulated sex scenes in the film, just not how you imagine. Producer Luis Veth explained to The Hollywood Reporter prior to the film's release that the production had the stars simulate their sex scenes, then brought in body doubles to film the same sex scenes unsimulated. Later in post-production, they used digital effects to combine the two, so above the waist, it will be the star, and below the waist, it will be the doubles. Oh, shit. You know what? That's a creative way to do it. Bob Guccione, founder of the adult magazine Penthouse, produced exactly one movie, Caligula, in 1979, which featured renowned thespians like Peter O'Toole and Helen Mirren and lots of hardcore simulated sex. The production originally presented itself like a straightforward, albeit sexy take on Roman history. But once production wrapped and director Tinto Brass and his acclaimed stars went home, Guccione sneaked back onto the set with a crew of penthouse pets and filmed a bunch of orgiastic scenes featuring real, unsimulated sex and added them throughout the final film. Wow. Short Bus. I don't know anything about Short Bus. Looks like a trans movie. The Guardian called Michael Winterbottom's 2004 film 9 Songs the most sexually explicit mainstream British. Okay, so none of these movies are like, you know, we're not getting like, hey, did you know that in, you know, fucking Enemy at the Gates, Jude Law and Rachel Weisz were fucking getting after it? Finally, Julie Christie and Donald Sutherland had sex on camera in 1973's Don't Look Now, Maybe. Oh, well, fuck. Good for those two. Trucker 18-wheeler, $2. Aaron Rodgers isn't gay. That's something a gay would say. So now multiple people. He felt the need to tell me that multiple times. Little Lemmy says, check your email. I don't have any email. I'm sorry. I got no email. I have a notice from Realtor.com. That's what I have. Oh, wait. Here we go. I can't open this. Can I just play the oh. There was a problem playing this video. It won't let me play it. Whatever you sent me, they won't let me play it. I don't know if you could put a link in or what. I don't know. But it's nothing there. Sorry, Schlong COVID sent it to me. But when I click on it, it won't let me. Now I'm thinking, you know what? Now I'm thinking you sent me something pornographic and you're trying to fuck with me by getting me to play it on the show because Google is trying to protect me from playing this. Lemmy. Fake Lemmy. Thank you for the $1.99, though. I appreciate it. Did Realtor notify you that Nick had dropped the price? No, they were just confirming SP and I going on a visit to the house. That was the Realtor who was just letting me. I think they're letting me know that. Yeah. Oh wait. Price drop to $419. Oh, it's just a coincidence. No, I'm not looking at houses. I'm happy where I am. I like fucking around on Realtor.com sometimes. I'm a dork like that. $220 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Let's continue to knock that down. I want to, like I said, I want to go on a rally. I want to get to 150 in the next 10 minutes by the top of the hour. If you guys want to chip in, please chip in. All right, let's check out the John Cena clip, him talking about doing sex scenes in movies. And then God, do I fire up one more Celsius? This is a mistake, isn't it? I don't have to drink the whole thing, right? I'm a little caffeined up here this morning. All right, let's go ahead. Shannon Sharp and John Cena on sex scenes in movies.
Are doing a sex scene? Oh my God, it's the worst. What's so bad about it?
Right now.
Did I miss up?
No, this is the thing. Right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can fuck the person. You got 50 people in the room. You fuck this person, you're catching a charge. Like if you slip it in, or if you even slip a dig, it's like, whoa, we're acting. I mean, in John Cena's world, they're like, hey, John, this is a work, not a shoot. A shoot.
You guys at home think it's just us.
Yeah.
No, there's a whole fucking world back here.
Yes.
And this is like a great production nonetheless.
Right.
But dude, man, like catering was right there. Man, like the sound tent is right there. We started off practice. It was like a closed set. And I've come to grips with like, this is who you are. You work every day to be the best you can.
Right.
Fuck it, man. Let it hang out.
Right.
So when
that does have to be weird because I doubt your dick's getting hard during that shit. You know? Like, so everybody's taking a look at your flaccid dick. You know, you show people your dick, you want it to be nice and buff. You know, you want it to be, strong like bull. You want your dick to be in its most presentable fashion. I mean, at the very least, fluffed up a little. But if you got 50 people watching you and you're doing a movie sex scene and you're hard, in my opinion, you're a weirdo. That's like in that stressful of a situation and you're like a rock, you're a fucking goof. We got to look out for you. You're a pervert.
Attitude.
Literally or figuratively?
All in.
Okay.
All in. It's a short story either way, so who cares? It's just,
By the way, John Cena has a giant dick confirmed. Nobody who has a small dick jokes about having a small dick. Maybe a few people do. And nobody who has a big dick jokes about having a big dick. Ever. That's why you really don't hear me talk about mine. Very run-of-the-mill. You ever seen a dick? That's what my dick looks like. My dick is a Toyota Camry, very dependable. Get you where you need to go. It's not a fucking Yukon Denali, but it's remarkably serviceable. I have the Denny Hawking of dicks.
So many people you need to make a movie.
Right.
There is nothing intimate about it.
Right.
Nothing.
Right.
So like,
and you got to remember, this is a guy who had to fuck Amy Schumer on camera. So you talk about drawing the short straw.
Real embarrassing. And then on top of that, to do a comedic sex scene?
Yeah.
Where you're like making fun of yourself and they literally like try to have the most awkward sex you possibly can.
Right.
Okay. And with an audience watching that, it's different. I don't want to say it sucks.
Right.
It's just, it's different than you all think it is.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that before. That's not surprising, and by the way, is it just me or does John Cena seem like a remarkably likable human being? Coltrane says you'll be married by Christmas. I'm not really looking at houses with anyone. I'm making a joke. King Kong Dong says, don't lie. Yours is a Prius. Dead Game says, hell, I'm fitty. A stiff wind works. Really? I don't know. If like 50 people, like catering and all these people are just fucking watching me and there's cameras on and they're like directing me, I'm like, I'm not a threat here. This is just too awkward. Aaron just makes sure his ladies have an electric car, if you know what I'm saying. That's mean-spirited. And then he clarifies his joke by writing, they need vibrators. Oh, thank you, because I didn't understand the reference. Somebody says your dad is going to be right. You're going to be engaged, living in a house together. Guys, it's a fucking joke. It's a joke. Hulkamasha Baby says, don't talk about Napoleon like that. We know your little guy is short and angry. Oh, no. I don't call him Napoleon because he's short. I call him Napoleon because when he fucks, he's a Bonaparte. A bone apart. He's a bone apart from everyone else. He's like a different level. Every time he fucks, it's like the Battle of Austerlitz. It's with the bone up because it's like because like Napoleon, like you might think short, right? Because Napoleon was actually average height for his day. But also Napoleon's last name, if you didn't know, was Bonaparte. And if you're a bone apart, that means you're a good fuck. So that's why I named my dick Napoleon, because he's a bone apart and it's good and it's a play on words. Sorry. Should we just move on from Buffalo Jockey says John Cena seems likable till you hear about him wasting time with those losers' kids with cancer at Disney World. John Cena seems like the sweetest guy in the world. As a matter of fact, even Shane Gillis says people with Down syndrome want two things: tits and John Cena. That's all. SC Motorsports says Napoleon because he conquers, you dummy. Oh, sorry. Does that make them polycule my Waterloo? Approachable says, I thought you called your dick Napoleon because it kept forcefully going where people didn't want it. Oh, baby, I'm going to break apart your Holy Roman Empire. Approachable says, I thought you called your... Oh, I just read that one, Aaron, you fucking idiot. Bigot on Socialist Media says, John is a far better wrestler than he gets credit for. I haven't watched any of his movies, but I'm sure they're good. He just bored me for too long. He's actually really funny in movies. I believe John Cena has done the most Make-A-Wish than anyone else. So what is he trying to make up for? Well, apparently his tiny dick. I don't know. Guys, we are still 220 away from today. It's the last one. We've got an hour left. We're 220 away, and I want to knock out this last goal of the week. Little Lemmy says, 199. It was sent to your Facebook Messenger. Paranoid much. I'm kind of old school. When Google says we can't play this for you or we can't preview this or open it, I get a little, I'll admit, I get a little paranoid. By the way, I don't have it in my Facebook messages. I have a guy here who's sending me his address for his Stoney's gift card. That's the last message I have. But I don't have any video in my inbox. So thank you. Let's open up our 7 o'clock hour stories, and then let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I wish Sean was here to do this read. Stoney's Bar with a great patio, man. Enjoy that while the summer is still going. Stoney's Garage, the outdoor patio bar. I think they've got one of the best patio setups in the state, man. Go check it out. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Tonight is bike night. So bring your Harley. Bring whatever else you got. Wild Willie's food truck. Every weekend, they've got live music on the Fireball stage. Stoney's Bar is the best place to go for a Bloody Mary on Sunday. It's got one of the state's best. I can't recommend it enough. Cheetos and the team there, too, are a lot of fun. The staff is great. Hospitality, that's what they're all about. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's tonight. Make it a great night and go to Stoney's. Then, how about Midland Armory? MidlandArmory.com. Go search their website right now. Whatever gun you can set your mind to, they can find it for you. I saw my old DP-12 the other day. Went into Midland Armory, checked out their selection in-store. Go ahead and check that out in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Or go to MidlandArmory.com. Derek and Tracy are incredibly knowledgeable when it comes to firearms. So make sure that if you have any questions, you're not afraid to ask them for their help. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing with trucks and wreckers for, it doesn't matter, man. You got motorcycles, you got heavy-duty equipment. They can handle it all at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Does it have a decent fucking old-fashioned? They actually have a drink that I like as much as the old-fashioned. It's called a Poor Man. Check it out. Ask for a Poor Man at Stoney's. I had one. It was really, really good. Your junk is called Tina the Llama because you're a fat turd. It's actually a fat lard. Tina, you fat lard, come eat some dinner. But that's fine. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, I want to see how small your dick is. Oh, wait, you don't have one. Now that to me is just aggressively, unnecessarily mean-spirited. That doesn't seem right. That's just, that there wasn't even any funny involved in that. That was just mean for the sake of mean. Guys, by the way, again, what are we at? 2:15 away from today. We need a little bit of your help because we have less than an hour left in today's show, and we have a 22-show win streak going on right now, and this is the last goal for the week. So I would love it if we hammered this one out. Please and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. But if YouTube or Rumble is easier for you, go ahead and do it that way. All right, continuing on. A California principal. By the way, I didn't even know school was in for some places. I didn't know that they started this early. California principal made it less than 1 week into the school year before he got suspended for inappropriate behavior. Are public schools becoming a bigger den for perverts and weirdos and scumbags, or are we just now hearing about it more? Because most of me leans towards the latter, that we're just hearing about these fucking weirdos, because a lot of weirdos and creeps gravitate towards jobs where kids are. Priests being a prime example. We have a story today, a little bit later, about a female teacher who was trying to fuck like 11-year-olds. It's weird. So I don't think these are happening more often as much as we're just finding out, and these people can't hide in the shadows anymore because, we notice the red flags a little better than we used to. Bigot on socialist media says hearing about it more. All right, yeah, see, I'd agree with that. Let's go ahead and watch and see what this principal did that got him suspended a week into the school. Uh-oh, that looks like giving the mascot a lap dance. Let's see.
In the North Valley, the principal of a high school in Atwater has been placed on administrative leave. It comes after Robert Nunez was recorded
Did he just... Whoa. Did you just have like a glitter gun down by his dick and he pulled it as though he was coming glitter? Okay. Well, that's good that early on into the little bit that they were doing, he was already suspended.
Leave. It comes after Robert Nunez was recorded dancing provocatively with a mascot at Buhok Colony High School. CBS 47's Sydney Charles joins us live in studio with a response from the Merced Union High School District tonight. Sydney.
Catherine, the district says the decision to place Nunez on leave is part of its commitment to maintaining a safe and respectful environment for all.
Right. I mean, it's wrong that he did that in the middle of that basketball game. I mean, for God's sakes, there were 3 trans women waiting to elbow the teeth out of the girl players in that game, and this guy was sullying the whole experience.
All students and staff. In the video taken on Friday at a back-to-school...
And it's California, so of course it has to be gay. Like, it can't just be, female-male lap dance. It has to be 2 big, sweaty dudes.
Rally for Buhok Colony High School. Nunez is seen pushing himself backwards while the school's mascot is approaching.
Ew.
The mascot then sits on the chair while Nunez approaches him and runs his hand on the mascot's chest.
Ew.
I watched it and I seen it and I was like,
Ryan Atterbury's son.
I love that. This guy's like, I saw it and I looked at it. I was like, And I'm sure everything he said after that, they're like, we can't use that. We have to edit it out. There's just a lot of gay F words, and he's saying queer. And it's California. We're going to get in trouble.
Who attends Buhok Colony High School, posted the video to his private social media account.
I was like, did the kids know what was going on? Like, did anybody else get it? He's like, everybody got it. Like, we all got it. And, and he's a freshman. That's his first, 2-3 days at school.
Ryan then decided to share it on his own social media accounts.
I would have felt super guilty if 5 years from now, something came out. And then I was like, I could have said something.
The video.
Oh, I see. Oh, that, you know what? That's brazen. He's like, look, 5 years from now, something comes out that this guy's a diddler. I want to be able to, I want to be able to, say that I said something and that, it's just like, hey, this guy over here. It is fucking weird. I get it that it's a high school and it's not something these kids haven't seen before. Like, they're not all sheltered or whatever. But still, that's I hate that excuse about high school. People are like, oh, the kids see that stuff anyway. Yeah, but they see it on their own. Their teachers don't need to show it to them. Their principals don't need to show it to them. The kids will find that shit on their own. You be professional. That's not your job. Well, they're going to find out what lap dances are anyway, so our fat-ass principal better give one to the mascot. It's not necessary.
Getting mixed reactions online, with some saying the context is being misconstrued, while others say the behavior was unacceptable.
You pretended to shoot glitter cum out of your tube cock that you put down by your genitals. Look, maybe it would have been funny at an Eyes Wide Shut party. Okay, fine. But it's not the time or place at a fucking high school event.
Ryan says he posted it so other parents could form their own opinions about what happened.
I'm not a cancel kind of guy. I'll let the professionals who get paid to decide that kind of thing decide it. I'm just like, hey, parents, like, you guys have the right to know.
In response, the school district sharing this message, saying in part, the district is conducting a comprehensive review of the situation. While the investigation is ongoing, Mr. Nunez will not be participating in any school responsibilities or activities. And the school's executive director...
They're going to cut him loose. They're going to fire that guy. There's too much heat on him. It's not worth keeping him. Like, if people think that this guy's a fucking sex pest or a pervert, they're not going to keep him around. That's too big of a distraction.
And associate principal will now serve as the acting principals of Buhok Colony High School. In the studio, Sydney Charles.
It's like the backup quarterback getting a chance to start for like 4 games in a row. Like, bro, this is your job to lose now. You've got a big opportunity here. Hiding children from the truth is more harmful than good. Maybe, but it's not that principal's responsibility to introduce them to the world of fucking lap dancing. Probably not okay. Again, just because they'll find it on their own time doesn't mean that, doesn't mean that, again, you need to, dog walk them into it. All right, little Lemmy, I will take a look at it. It's just my problem is people are tired of that shit right now, so I was trying to give it some room to breathe, and I thought maybe do it during overtime or something like that. If we make it to overtime, by the way, we are right now 210 away from our goal. The last one of the week, usually an easy one to hit, but 210 away from today, and a 22-show win streak is on the line. So if you're feeling generous, throw in a nice little chunk to the toe and see if we can't get this thing hammered out in the next 45 or 50 minutes. Chicago police, this is very funny. So you know you have the DNC going on right now, the Democratic Convention. The police usually let liberals just kind of run roughshod when they start rioting, especially in big cities. So it is interesting to see where the cops draw the line and where they start enforcing. And I think for some of you in our audience, this might be a very interesting line drawing story as to where the cops decided to start confronting protesters. Chicago police cracked down hard on a leftist mob that advanced on blank near the DNC. I want to see if anybody in the chat gets this. Where were the cops told to step in? What? Oh my God, death beholden. I can't believe you would go that route right off the bat. All right, let's see. I want to let everybody else get their guesses in as to why this might or might not be a big deal. Uh-oh. Sam Show making a guess. Oh, boy. You want here? I'll read it. Chicago police cracked down hard on leftist mob that advanced on Israeli consulate near the DNC. They will let you protest damn near anything. They will let you walk around. They let people burn down auto zones across the country. And I've only seen the police get involved twice to like break shit up with tear gas lately. And that is when pro-Palestinian protesters were camping out and protesting Israeli aggression. Cops came in and shut that shit down. And now the Chicago police cracked down on a mob that advanced on the Israeli consulate. Let's check this out. You start flying those Palestinian flags and you start walking towards Jewish shit. Oh boy, do the cops all of a sudden turn into the 1960s again. Hey man, I'm going to go loot a Target. Well, try to leave a couple of PS5s, Don't break too much glass. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. We're going to the Israeli consulate. Like fuck you are. Turn on the hoses. And then they get mad at people when they draw conclusions from shit like this. That's what frustrates me. It's like, if someone goes, I'm really noticing that when people fuck with the Jews or the Israeli stuff, they seem to get harsher punishments than if they fuck with just like other people's shit. That's all you got to do. You just have to notice that. And they're like, what are you trying to say? I'm trying to say exactly what I just said. When they go to the Israeli consulate or they're protesting Israeli bombing runs, the cops seem to get a little more aggressive. Like this cop here has a two-handed baseball bat grip on his nightstick. He's ready to fucking go to town. Look at that. They never do that to protesters. You never see a protester with their hands up. First of all, you never see a protester with their hands up. But then you definitely don't usually see a cop right after just fucking shove them. They let these guys do whatever they want.
Go that way, man. Go that way.
These fucking white kids are the worst. These hippie white kids. They suck so bad. You don't argue with the cops. You argue with judges and lawyers. The cops are there. These guys carrying the big sticks that can beat the shit out, they can beat the shit out of you with. Yeah, those guys don't argue. Good or bad, right or wrong. Those guys just fucking wail on you when you become a pain in the ass. Well, I mean, in fairness, you can yell all you want, but you guys are the ones that went to the Israeli consulate. I could have told you this was going to be an issue. You know, I would have said, hey, you guys want to go to a Walmart or a Target? You're going to be okay. You go to the Israeli consulate or a synagogue, they're going to give you stitches. Oh my God, this guy is back arguing again. Get the fuck out of there. What are the cops going to do? Listen to you and your pro-Palestinian horseshit and go, oh yeah, sorry, no, go on through. You're fine. I thought you were somebody else. That's a really good point you made about apartheid and shit.
Get out of this space! Get out of this space!
Leonidas says you got to keep your phalanx strong. So you scoot that kid. How embarrassing. You just scoot that kid back and get him the fuck out of there. Why was the DNC right next to the Israeli consulate? Because it's easier to drop the check off that way. That's all. I mean, why do you want to go across town, right? Death Beholden says, LOL, oy vey, they shut it down. I saw police in Germany yesterday smashing women in the back of the head for nothing. Well, I mean, you know, maybe they're getting, blame it all on my roots. I showed up in jack boots and ruined your beer hall again. The last one you'd like, the first one to Reich, I was the last one. Well, I don't know. What would be Friends? I've got Reich in low places. They also, those helmets just need UN on them, says Death Beholden. That would be perfect. Redman says, why are the cops wearing UN blue helmets? I mean, yeah, they kind of are. McBuster says, watching Israeli police break up protests in their own country is enlightening. They have goons punch and throw the protesters out of the way. Sam Show says, something's going to happen to it in a week and they'll be surprised and shit. Yeah, like these college kids, I thought they were easy to brainwash. Why aren't these colleges supposed to be like teaching these kids that, you know, Israel's the victim and all that? And aren't you supposed to be good to Israel? I don't know. Bigot on Socialist Media says these same police will do this to any of us. Yeah, but they'll do it harder when it's outside the Israeli consulate. Cocktiff says this is all expected. The feds with the matching outfits and brand new Nazi flags are next. That is funny when like those quote unquote white supremacist rallies happen and everyone brings the swastika flags that still have like the folds in them because they just got them that day. And they're like, all right, guys, here you go. This will get you a promotion in the field office. Just remember to keep your balaclava up. Redmen said the DNC's dogs are trying to bite their owners. Yeah, I mean, well, it is Democrats who are kind of getting a little bucky on Israel. You know, they turn on them a little bit. Patricia with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Patricia. We needed that badly. We need more help, though. We are $200 away from today, and I want to knock that out. And we had a huge fucking win for the toe yesterday. In fact, I think our streak is at 23 because we knocked it out last night. Let's see if we can get that shit to 24, man. But we need $200, and we need it in the next 40 minutes to be able to keep this thing going. I hope I don't have a fucking heart attack today, but I got really amped up about yesterday, and I'm trying to remedy it with caffeine. I don't know how bright that is. Don't know how smart it is. But get in there on PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. And let's knock out that final 200 and call this a win. If you got a bunch to contribute a bunch. If you got a lot of memberships to throw at us, throw memberships at us. I'm happy to see all of it. An inmate who became pregnant at a prison just gave birth, and the family continues to search for answers. What do you mean search for answers? She fucked one of the guards. They're going to do a DNA test on that baby and everybody who works at that prison. She got fucked by one of the guards, I'm almost positive. Let's check it out.
On Just One Station now, the story tonight of an inmate who became pregnant behind bars late last year. She's had the baby now. Her family is still demanding to know how that could have happened and the identity of the father.
I have two guesses. My first guess is just a prison guard, you know, the old-fashioned way. They started fucking. My other answer would be trans prisoner. They put a trans prisoner in there that had a dick. They fucked. She got pregnant.
My name is Michael Hudak, is at the jail in West Miami-Dade with this exclusive. Michael.
Look at this gay. Oh, God. It's a good thing you've got him outside the jail and not in the cell block. He'd be popular.
Family tells us that the baby was born 2 months ago today, but they haven't seen her because they say 48 hours after that child was born, she was given to the family of another inmate here.
But I never escaped the prison. It was the child that was born to Ra's al Ghul. My father named me Talia.
At TGK. Crystal Barretto welcomed a baby girl into her family, but under strange circumstances. Miami-Dade Corrections confirms her sister, Daisy Link, who is an inmate at the Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center in West Miami-Dade, gave birth to a baby girl.
She ended up pregnant under their watch. This should have never happened.
The 29-year-old has been held there with no bond since June of 2022 on second-degree murder charges.
So a potential murderer just gave birth to a kid? That kid's going to be fine. That kid's not going to be fucked up at all. That's not going to be a weird conversation to have with them later on. You're going to have one of two conversations with this kid. Either the conversation about who their mother is, or the conversation as to why you didn't tell them that you're not their real blood parents. Because you're either going to try and hide this shit from that kid forever, and then they're going to find out that you've been lying to them, or you're going to have to tell that kid at a young age, yeah, your mommy killed somebody and has to be in prison for the bad things she did.
Accused of shooting and killing her boyfriend.
She called us and told us that she had been sexually assaulted.
Well, that rules out one guy for the father. She got pregnant behind bars. She wasn't in jail yet when he got killed. So that drop one off your guess who board.
And
does your person have bullet holes? No. Fuck.
That she was 3 months pregnant.
Daisy's family received that call from her back in December. A 7 News source says Daisy told jail investigators she impregnated her.
By the way, did you guys hear the 7 News source? You didn't hear it, did you? Oh yeah, this was part of this story that their whole, where they got all their information from, was a 7 News source. Let me bring it up for you real quick. We have audio of the 7 News source. Let's play it for you. This is 7 News. There he is. That's the 7 News source. That is very interesting. That's anything. Oh, wow. Anything else? 7 News source. Wow, no, you don't say. The guard. Anything else? 7 News source. Oh, anal. Wow, that's crazy. That's amazing. What's that 7 News source? Spit it out, 7 News source. Oh, Ethan Ralph's a bitch? Wow, that's... I tell you, that 7 News source is a fucking chatty Cathy. Picket on Socialist Media says 7 News source always accurate. Yes, nobody more accurate than the 7 News source. How many of you watching right now, A, turned it off, and B, went, this is fucking stupid? I'm happy with either one. Either outcome I'm thrilled with. Guys, we only have a half hour till we have to start rattling the cans, and we are $200 away from knocking out the goal today. So if we could, I would appreciate it. Let's see if we can hammer that out and get that win streak up to 24 straight shows after what's been, I'll be honest with you, an incredible week for the toe.
With sperm passed to her from a male inmate. But Crystal says Daisy told them she was ordered by guards to say that. Miami-Dade Corrections said there is no evidence of sexual battery on the inmate.
All right, so she says that the guards told her to tell everybody that it was a male inmate that somehow got in there and she had sex with them. But what it sounds like is that I'm guessing that means she was fucking one of the guards, and it was as consensual as that relationship can be, and that's how she got knocked up. How are you not more careful if you're the guard? If you're the prisoner, you have nothing to lose. If anything, it gives you leverage. But if you're the guard, how are you not more careful than that, bro?
But Crystal believes otherwise.
With all the things that are happening in there, we're really, really scared for her life.
Crystal, speaking with 7 News again following the child's birth, says the baby is in the custody of an inmate's family.
The baby was born June 19, and 48 hours, they handed the baby over to an inmate's mother.
That's some hot shit. You're wearing a Cricket Wireless t-shirt? That's some street level shit right there. I like that.
And we don't even know if that's the real family.
She believes that inmate is the father, but those details have not been confirmed to Daisy's family.
We never really got the real true story about what happened to her. And
how does a male inmate impregnate a female inmate? Aren't the prisons themselves separate? Like, aren't there women's prisons and men's prisons, or are there some where they're just on like different wings? And again, if it's, have they said male inmate, or could this be a trans woman situation? Because they do that now. If you identify as a woman, they'll put you in jail with the girls, even if you have a dick in some places.
In there. And I feel that as time passed, the investigation, the story of what happened to my sister has been swept under the rug.
Their family still searching for answers.
People are hiding things. I feel like if the truth comes out, people will have to be fired.
Well, yeah, I mean, part of running a jail is that, you know, the inmates don't reproduce. That is one of the rules. You got to make sure that shit doesn't happen. So, yes, I got to go with either prison guard or trans inmate. What do you say, 7 News source? What does the 7 News source know? Oh. Somebody writes Chrissy Maher is a reporter now. That's so mean. Well, there we go. There's our 7 News source with the down and dirty. $1 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, you think the Department of Corrections is actually going to investigate this? How naive of you. They'll sweep this under the rug as the DOC never wants a whisper of bad publicity. Yeah, I think this... Oh, okay. Hablo Pacheco says, this is Miami-Dade. It's not allowed in Florida. that trans inmates go to women's prisons. Okay, well then, yeah, then it was definitely a prison guard. For sure then. Because they're not letting the inmates congregate together. Yeah, they said something about her inseminating herself. Go back and listen. Yeah, I think that's cover. I think that's bullshit. As the kids say, I think that's cap. That she inseminated herself. What is she getting? Was she getting a fucking turkey baster, smuggling it into the back into her cell and then shooting jizz up her pussy? I don't think so. I don't think they have that elaborate of, implantation strategies at the jail. Buffalo Jockey says they're afraid for her life in prison, rightfully so. They know firsthand some people in there are killers. Yeah, right. I'd be scared too. She's in there as a murderer. She's like, hey, did you know there's fucking crazy people in here who have killed people? You wouldn't believe it. Hablo Pacheco says, me, 7 News source. Was it a male inmate? 7 News source. Nay. Boy, I'm glad we have that 7 News source so he can let us know what's up. MSO says Aaron self-inseminates all the time. MSO, I'm not going to stand for these nasty rumors. By the way, guys, speaking of MSO, we're only 30 minutes away from losing our streak and missing the goal today. And we are $200 away from fucking that up. So if you want to chip in, if you want to throw in, how about 10 of you throwing in 20? We'll get this thing knocked down. But we've only got a half hour to do it. So if you feel like chipping in, please do. $200 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. We appreciate that. I got the caffeine coursing through me like crazy. I'm going to be right back. And hopefully we do overtime today. That would be awesome. I would love that. 24 shows in a row would be a great streak. Thank you guys very much. If you're feeling like donating to the show today, I would appreciate it, especially after the steel toe W's we've had this week. Give me a second. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Anything good? Probably not money. We're not doing so well on that front today. Bigot on Socialist Media says Bret Hart was untouchable in 91 and 92 and 94. Bret Hart was one of my favorite wrestlers, man. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says the 7 News source was Chrissy Maher. That's not very nice. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 just says black. Thank you very much. All right, now we're 190 away from getting this morning taken care of. Get it, boys and girls. Let's get that 190 hammered out, and let's call it a 24th consecutive win for the toe. That would be phantasmagorical. This is that teacher story that I told you about earlier. This one's fucking gross. Like, when it comes to these sex teacher stories, like especially dudes, we're typically pretty, like, I don't want to say lenient, but kind of. Oh, is this a Minnesota one? Oh, Wisconsin. I was going to say the news network that covered this, these are both Minneapolis stations. This is KARE 11 and KSTP Channel 5. Oh, by the way, speaking of all those media outlets in Minnesota, the Minnesota State Fair starts today. I'm pumped about that. I think I'm going to go the Sunday of Labor Day weekend. I got invited to go this Saturday, but I'm busy. I can't. I got some family stuff I got to do. And I'm not going to be able to go this weekend. But there's only 2 weekends that you can go. That's what I hate about it. You got like 2.5 weeks, but 2 weekends that you can go. Weekend before Labor Day, weekend of Labor Day. So I think I'm going to go the second to the last day of the fair. This person writes in, did you cover Alex Stein at the DNC? No, I didn't. But you know what? We can do that in overtime too if we get there. Addicted to Ubiquity with $2 says, get a bucket of cookies for us. Those cookies are really good. I'm not the biggest state fair food guy just because I know how long it takes to work all of that off. It's a fucking nightmare. But I am a beer guy at the state fair. Oh God, this is so gay. I started having a peach shandy at the state fair last year. I was into that. I drank quite a few peach shandies. And then there's my s'mores beer at Giggles Campfire Grill where they have the graham cracker crust around the rim. Fuck you. It's the state fair. I can drink what I want. It's nice, though. It's a tasty beer. That is a tasty beer. Do you mind if I have some of your graham cracker crust to wash this down? Aaron goes for the pussy in the farm barn. You motherfucker. I like looking at the giant fat pig that's in there with its balls hanging out. We call it Ralph. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, you like to mine all the time. King Kong Dong says, I'm a state fair whore. I understand. I agree with somebody. He says too many people at the state fair. I can understand that. But at the same time, man, it's just fun to just get slowly day drunk at the state fair. Go fuck around. I like it. Amber Ale, Porter, and Stout is growing on me. Jesus Christ, Porters and Stouts? I'm not trying to chew my beer, homie. Jesus. I only go to the state fair for the short shorts and the tank tops. Everything else is too expensive. I like to bring my own short shorts and tank tops. I mean a woman. I don't mean like that. No, that came out wrong. God damn it. I'm having such a gay week. I mean, I like to bring a woman with me because you can touch them. You know, the strangers who are in short shorts and tank tops, you touch them, they get mad. You know, I'm a hands-on kind of a guy. I don't know if you've noticed. Death Beholden says, one day you will show up to the state fair and it will be all Indian street cuisine. I mean, I hope not. I think in Minnesota it would be like more like Somali kebabs and shit. And goat meat. Dude, Giggles has the best beer. That's what I'm trying to say. Giggles Campfire Grill is the shit. That's the place you got to go. I remember 2 years ago, we got my buddy and I got fucking shit-faced. I think it was 2 state fairs ago. April and my buddy's wife were walking around doing something. I think they were looking at the animals or something. And Donnie and I went ahead of them and went to Giggles Campfire Grill. And we got a couple of beers. We'd been drinking all day by this point. And there was a band playing, and they played 2 Tom Petty songs in a row. And we were heckling the shit out of the band. Not because we're cool. It's because we were shit-faced and we couldn't control ourselves. And we start going, why don't you play Freebird? Just like saying hacky, dumb shit. People are looking back. They start playing a third Tom Petty song, and we're like, why don't you guys play anything different or a Croce band or anything like that? Finally, 2 women who are sitting in front of us who had just fucking had it, they go, it is a Tom Petty tribute band, and that's why we're here. Boy, did that shit. We just kind of went, oh. All right, well, that makes sense. And we just kind of sat quietly for a couple of minutes, got up to leave. Our wives come over, and they're like, hey, what are you guys doing? And we're like, you guys can get a beer if you want, but we should probably walk. Sorry, guys. I know you wanted to come sit with your husbands and hang out at Giggles for a little bit, but I think we fucked that up for you. Whoopsie daisy. And then so we went around Giggles Campfire Grill, and it started to get dark, and then we heard gunshots, and we got the fuck out of there. There was a shooting at the state fair when we were trying to have a nice little double date. Bigot on socialist media says, I tried to get a couple cases of Minnesota Gold sent to Australia to try it out. I guess they don't send it out of the state. Oh, that makes sense. Wild card with $4.99 says, so you're saying Chrissy got her prego? That is remarkably rude of you to say. Why would you say something like that? It does put us 185 away from today's goal. If you guys want to throw a little more money at us, we've got 18 minutes before we got to start rattling the cans. Hayden with $25 over on PayPal. Thank you, Hayden. Boy, we're getting to striking distance here pretty soon. 160 away from today. All of a sudden, we're getting closer. Rally it up. Lab Glass with $5 says Aaron is still working off the state fair food from 8th grade. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's again, like I say to Sean, don't act like it doesn't hurt my fucking feelings. You and April got hammered at the state fair? Yeah. I mean, 2 years ago. I don't know if I can tell you this, but we were married then. So we had some, believe it or not, we had some good times. We were a fun fucking couple there, man. We had a whirlwind go of it, but shit gets in the way, like drugs and other partners. I thought when I cheated, it was bad. When both of you are, that kind of complicates things a little bit. When you're both putting each other in the cuck shed and you know it, and then somebody can't stop throwing the powder up their schnoz, which I love that. I love that they all have to now live with the knowledge that there is video out there of one of them ratting out everybody. Like April is definitely on camera talking about how they all do cocaine and how she's really sorry that they fucked up this bad and were cokeheads and everything else. All the shit I confronted her about that she and Nick would deny. I love that she sang that song to the police. God, I want to see that footage. April, sweetie, don't take a felony for these people. Remember, these people helped get you hooked. You don't owe them anything. Go ahead and sing for your freedom. And then go rebuild your life. Because we all want to see that video. We all want to see that, the waterworks and the cry. Because she did text me. She's like, I was crying all day long. You didn't tell me you sang like a canary, though. You should have given me that information. I mean, it's safe with me. What am I going to do? Tell the world? Oh, man. Well, what are we at? 160 for today? Thank you, guys. Let's hammer out that 160 and call it another win for the toe. What do you say? We got 15 minutes until we rattle the cans. Let's get to this Wisconsin teacher story. This one's really fucking gross because it's like guys are pretty lenient about the women's sex teacher stories. If it's like high school junior, high school senior, our attitude towards it is like, we kind of have that frat boy mentality of, I wish we had teachers like that when I was in school. It's kind of our thing. But in this case, this is just this one's way too fucking creepy. Let's play this one for you. I believe this teacher was in Wisconsin.
Hudson, Wisconsin, accused of kissing and exchanging secret messages with one of her students. Let's check in right now with Audrey Russo, who's in Hudson Live right now. Audrey.
Jason, I spent the overnight hours combing through the most recent.
Oh, here's a good text. Aaron, do you think if you and April hadn't gotten involved with the Ricadas, you would still be together? Yes, probably. We'd have our issues. I'm kind of thankful because this kind of, when you get in a situation that's that heinous and that toxic, you can't really hide anymore. And you really get to know who each other really is. And I'm kind of thankful, like where I am now, I'm really thankful that all happened and I got to see all that. Because it made some changes in me that I knew I needed to make. There's a Post Malone song. Shut the fuck up. There's a Post Malone song called Nosedive. that talks about this, you know? It's going to be so gay. I'm sorry. But, the whole point of the song is there's still beauty in the nosedive. And that's kind of how I look back at that whole thing. Where, yeah, I think if we hadn't met them, April and I would still be together. And I don't know. I know I wouldn't be this happy. I know I would still have April and another person, at each other's throats. And I would have to keep, trying to mediate that situation and getting myself in trouble. And I know that I wouldn't be the father I am now. I'd be spending way too much fucking money, be irresponsible. So yeah, I think, all things are necessary to get you where you need to be. And I am where I need to be, which is nice. Let's go back to the story. But that was a great question. I couldn't ignore that question. I thought it was a really good one.
In court filing, and here's what I found. Right now, 24-year-old Madison Bergman is out of jail. She's out on a $25,000 signature bond. She's charged with first-degree child sex assault. Now, here's how we got to this point. Police say that Bergman's abuse of this fifth-grade student came to light really just...
Did you hear that? Fifth-grade student. Like I said, guys are lenient with female sex teachers in some ways. Like, male sex teachers are always fucking gross and creepy because men kind of have to be the pursuer, and that's fucking disgusting when you're talking about high school girls. But there's something about, like, we knew ourselves when we were 17. And if a teacher approached us and they were like 23, 24, we probably would. Especially if it was like off school grounds. We probably would. 17, 18 for sure. But when it's dudes, it's fucking gross. When it's, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th graders, that's fucking disgusting. And this woman should be put under the jail. That's just straight up PDF file shit. That's not like borderline. That's not like, well, technically the age of consent is blah, 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 blah. That's just straight up criminal predator shit. That's gross.
In a matter of days, the male victim's parents found text messages between him and Bergman on Monday morning. Then on Wednesday,
your 11-year-old has a phone that can text people? Am I just a prude? I guess. I suppose I am.
Parents brought those texts to Rivercrest Elementary School administrators. Those texts include conversations about the two kissing, touching, making out. Bergman was questioned on Wednesday. She told investigators she was given the child's phone number after a trip to Afton Alps with the child's family.
Here's what you do. Wait, trip to Afton Alps with the child's family? Why are you hanging out with the child's family? Okay, let's save that for a second. But when you get the child's number, here's what you do. No, thank you, delete. That should have been a red flag right there that she kept the phone number.
She was then placed under arrest that very same day. Now, Bergman's been ordered to have no contact with the victim or with anybody under the age of 18.
Good.
She's also been ordered to wear a GPS monitoring device. She's due back in court here in St. Croix County on May 30th. And coming up in our next half hour, we'll have a little...
Wait, May 30th? How fucking old? The Blaze gave me an old story. Oh, there's an update to it. That's why. I'm sorry. The Blaze has
a little bit more on the point in the investigation when police say Bergman stopped talking to them.
Okay, the Blaze has an up. I was going to say, why is this story from May becoming a thing? Hold on one second. Let's get she got sentenced to life in prison. Okay, that's what it is. She got hit with 9 additional felonies and is facing life in prison. So they just charged her with more shit. She was charged last week with 9 additional felonies, 1 count of using a computer to facilitate a child sex crime, 1 count of exposing a child to harmful materials, 2 counts of child enticement causing mental or bodily harm, and 5 counts of sexual misconduct by school staff. If convicted, she faces life in prison. Good. Throw the book at her. That's just such fucked up behavior. That's so gross. Trucker 18-wheeler says, I would do her if she wasn't a perv. King Kong Dong says, Nick brought to light who April really was. Yeah, I mean, you meet the right people and they kind of pull that out of you, good and bad. In this case, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Back in school, we had a math teacher that started fucking a student. They are now married. Ugh. That's really gross. I mean, do they still live in town? How do you do that? You know, like how do you, everybody knows how that started and you just, I guess that just kind of has to be a me against the world kind of relationship. You know, that's technically how I got into my last marriage. I told my dad I was engaged. He told me it was a big fucking mistake right in front of myself in April. And I got this attitude of, well, fuck you, I'll show you. And I took like it's her and I against the world stance. And we all see how that went. Guess who won? The world. The world got the big W right there. That's disgusting. You started fucking your student and then you married them? No. 160 away from knocking out today's goal. We have 7 minutes until we start rattling the cans. Guys, see if you can throw in a couple of bucks and get that number down for us. We'd really appreciate it. They moved to the cities. He was a gay F, and we made him cry from fucking with him so much. Oh, great. Your bullying probably drove him to start fucking his teacher. You guys probably drove that poor guy into this unhealthy lifestyle that he's now into. Congratulations. Bullying has consequences. MSO says, speaking of the big W, yeah, no shit. Don't give MSO a win. We have a 23-show win streak going on right now. And we got to keep that thing going. We're 160 away. That's a little on the heavy side for us, but it can be done. I don't like that MSO is saying, speaking of the big W. Guys, take MSO's W away from him. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. Don't let this cocky sack of shit make me look like an... Don't make me look like an Ethan Ralph, for God's sake. The guy was the teacher, they're saying. And the girl was the student? Or was it two dudes? Somebody writes in, did your dad say, I told her so? I told her so. I told her so. I mean, there were quite a few people in my family that in a roundabout way gave me the old I told her so. One of my cousins did text me when I apologized to them and said, I tried to tell you about that fucking crack whore. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. That's a little heavy. I opened up that text and I literally shot backwards. I literally went, whoa. All right. We're just kicking right off with the coke whore thing, aren't we? Good boy. But that little stringy blonde teacher in Florida says dead game fucking smoking. Look, I'm not saying you couldn't make a calendar out of some of these weird pedo teachers. I'm just saying it's remarkably unhealthy. That's all. All right, guys, still 160 away. What do we have for overtime? Oh, yeah, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are getting divorced again, second time. I like that they gave it another shot, though. They were like, 15, 20 years older. Thought maybe they were a little more mature. Oh, we've also got a Biden-Harris official is calling for queering our nuclear weapons. I guess they want to make our nukes gay so it's more equal. Because when we start nuking everybody and the end of the world comes, we want to make sure gays have representation because the LGBTQ community is even going to try to make the apocalypse about them. It's nothing if not consistent. Put it that way. Sam Show says everyone warned you about that crack whore. Yeah, when I opened a text and I saw crack whore, I was like, whoa. So I guess pulling punches is not on the table. Got it. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez pulls trigger on divorcing Ben Affleck. No prenup, no settlement. Come on. Do we have to do asset split ups and everything else? Can't we? They were married for like 2 years. Can't we just, do what April and I did? Sign the contract, big boy. Just sign the contract and call it done and get the fuck away from each other. It happened twice. You know for sure now that it's not right for you. Who knows? Maybe in 2040 you kids will give it another shot. Maybe you'll be ready then. Is that 3 for Ben Affleck? Did Ben Affleck beat me in the divorce game? Holy shit. Well, then again, he's like 50. By the way, does that make you feel old? Ben Affleck's 50. Ben Affleck age 52. Affleck is 52 years old, dude. We are old as shit. And now he's been divorced 3 times. Twice with Jennifer Lopez, once with Garner, mother of his kids. Couple got married in Las Vegas on July 16th, 2022. There it is. That's the stake through the heart. There's your death knell right there. You got married in the summertime in Las Vegas. It was the heat got to you. What can you say? I feel you, buddy. I feel you. 2021 wasn't a good year to get married in Las Vegas either, Ben. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you just can't avoid these things. Sometimes it gets away from you, pal. No biggie. Hey, Ben, I understand. All right? If nobody else understands, buddy, I understand. When's my anniversary? 4 days from now? Didn't quite make it to that 3rd year. Darn, because that was probably going to be the good one. That was going to be the year we turned it all around. Fuck, I would have been in jail. That would have been my omnibus hearing yesterday, if you think about it. Right, guys? That would have been my omnibus hearing yesterday. Woof. I don't know. I would have been so sick of his horse shit by then, and the lying and the fucking obfuscating and all that stuff. I can't imagine that we would have all been on the same page for this. I don't think so. Oh, that would be a nightmare, though. I mean, I can't imagine. That's fucking me up right now. Maybe it's too much caffeine. I don't know. But dude, a fucking 2nd-degree felony arrest. That would have fucked me up. Because that's the kind of trouble that seems like you ain't getting out of. Especially when it's that dead to rights. That would have, because I was the only one who was kind of living in reality amongst the 4 of us. So the gravity of the situation would have hit me. And Nick and I bumped heads a lot because I didn't buy into his horse shit and he didn't like the shit I had to say. So I would have been, especially when it came to the girls, if I would have told the girls, I was like, guys, we got to fucking close the book on this thing, get this taken care of as easy as possible because we are fucked. I'm fucked with my kids. You're fucked with your kids. We got to. Now, I probably would have passed a follicle test, so that might have helped me. But I can't imagine being in that situation. I was very thankful yesterday. I had some moments of reflection yesterday, and I was like, thank God. That was another thank God I'm not involved moment. I was very happy with that. All right, MSO says, not looking good, Tubby. All right, guys, MSO is primed for victory. We're $155 away. Fauci's Pangolin with $5 over on YouTube says, rally now. I agree with him, guys. 5 minutes left. Get in there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, YouTube, whatever you've got, throw it in. 24 shows in a row. The streak is on the line. And we are 155 away. Get in there with your generosity. We love those PayPals and Venmos. Those are great. But we love anything when we're 155 away from the goal and 30 minutes of overtime. This is everybody's favorite part of the show. It's goal time, and I'm all jacked up on Celsius. I can't believe I'm not waking Gordy up. This is amazing. MSO says 24, and there ain't no more. Prove him wrong, guys. Don't listen to this asshole. We've got this. 155 away. We can all team up. We can do this thing. Get us inside of 50, and we buy ourselves another 30 minutes. This can be done. Pumpkin Popsums with $20 says, Toe Boys, lace up. That gets us down to 140. 140 away. Rally it up and let's do this thing. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. Kotod says, Suffa goal. 135 away from today's goal. Is the rally happening? Can this be done? 135 is the number, and we are just over 3 minutes away from deciding whether we go to 24 shows in a row or we start back at 0 on Monday. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, YouTube, Rumble Rants. 135 is our number. It's getting down there. 3 minutes away. Your turn. We got Pumpkin Popsums. We got Fauci's Pangolin. We got Kotod. Let's get about 10 more people in there, and let's just shit all over this goal. And shit all over MSO. He says, get your golf clubs ready. Nope, we're not taking a half hour off today. We're not ending a half hour early. We had a big day full of wins yesterday. We're going to get this thing taken care of. You guys have got it. I believe in you. Don't make me not believe in you. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Victory is possible. We just all got to do it together. Oh boy, MSO is getting excited. I'm getting nervous. The streak is on the line, and the streak is starting to get really healthy. 2 minutes away. Dead Game says Aaron accepts EBT transfer, 50 cents on the dollar. King Kong Dong says Jews we are today. No. We're going to pretend everything goes to Israel if that's the case. How about that? Minute and 40 seconds to go. MSO can't do it. MSO can't get the W today, guys. I can't let this motherfucker win. Not after the highs we've been on. I'll tell you this, the highs we've been on would make a loss today more tolerable, but I would still fucking hate it. And that goal streak is getting way too high. 135 away. Or 75, 75 or 85 away from buying an extra half hour? 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Fauci's Pangolin says this is all Palestine's fault. $1 from Das Optic Nerve. What is this? What is this? You're not ready for this video. Is it Alex Stein at the DNC? All right, we'll check out some of that stuff. Front Porch Conservative with $10 says, here you go, brother. 125 away from getting this thing done. And we've got 1 minute left. Thank you, Front Porch Conservative. Very generous of you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's do it. Fuck MSO. He's not going to get this. 45 seconds left. Oh, guys, it can be done. We just need you. We got some Tim Walz news, too, but it's not about horse cum. Sorry about that. Oh, boy. We got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds to go and 125 away or 75 away from buying ourselves an extra little chunk of time here. Nothing's coming in. 20 seconds to go. Oh, no. Going out with a whimper is the toe. This isn't good. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'll hit refresh on everything. 125. That was brutal too. Like, it was just nothing. It was a good run at the beginning and then just shit. Oh, what did I do? We did a lot of news stuff today. Oh, sorry, boss. Bidenomics hurts. Look, we've had a good run this week. It's been solid. This sucks a dick. There's no doubt about it. If you're watching this later and you want to throw a little something at us, feel free. There's the links. But fuck a duck. We didn't get it today. Approachable says at least half the show spent on drama, and for some reason the goal was a little hard to hit. Maybe. You might be right. Maybe all this talk about the gay shit, maybe it fucking hurt us. It's possible. Here we go. We got Rachel with $5 says, great show. Thank you very much. Mick Luck says streak has been clipped. Yep, 120 away. We'll see if we can hit it tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't bring the streak back if we hit it tomorrow, but at least the numbers match up. Play Little Lemmy's video with 99 cents. We'll play it tomorrow. I said that we would play it for overtime, but we're not getting overtime today, unfortunately. Let's put a wrap on it, kids. You know what it was? Too many wins yesterday. Too much winning yesterday. We should have done some winning. We should have done a little less winning yesterday and then a little more winning today. That was the problem. MSO says, thanks, Joe. Sam Show says you rehashed a lot this morning. Maybe that's it. We got all day to do the post-mortem. And I'll see you guys again, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.? Again, if you feel like throwing something in after the show's over, cool. I'll take it off that 120 that's left. Take it easy, guys. Have a great rest of your day. I'll take an extra half hour off today. I'll mow the lawn. I'll get some grocery shopping done. I'll do some domestic shit. How does that sound? Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. And we'll talk to you again soon.